for MKF II. So those who are outside, if everyone can come in and sit, we will start in another 2 to 3 minutes. Good morning, all. I hope you had a nice flight here to Bangkok from wherever you have come from, most of you from Dhaka and Delhi. So, as we start our MKF II, before we go to the inaugural session, let us listen to some of the security briefings and some housekeeping announcement. So, this information would be shared by Mr. Ayush Baskota, Project Management Officer at the School of Science and Technology, Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. Over to you, Ayush.
Thank you, Dr. Niladri, and a good morning, a warm good morning to all of you. Just before we go into the program, I'd just like to give a quick briefing on some housekeeping, some information regarding the venue that we are currently will be staying for the next 3 days, as well as some amenities that would be helpful for you during your stay here at AIT and the AIT Conference Center. Before I go into this, so the event will be held at the AIT Conference Center. So this is the main auditorium. This is the main auditorium hall, the RBB auditorium. If you look into the agenda, we have you will find the name for different sessions over here. And then we have another hall where the parallel side event will also be organized. That is B108. That is just on the right-hand side of this auditorium. So as we move out of the auditorium, if you turn right, you will see the hall number B108, where some of the parallel side events will be held. Similarly, for the restrooms, we have male and female restrooms. The male restrooms are on the left-hand side of this auditorium exit, and then the female restrooms are on the right-hand side of this emergency exit. All of your lunch, tea and coffee and snacks will be organized in the AITCC lobby as well as in the AITCC dining, which many of you might have already gone to during your breakfast as well. So these are all in the same floor. So the AITCC dining is on the right-hand side of the reception, and then we have exhibition area in the main lobby, where we also have a photo booth for you to take photos and take memories of this event. In case of any emergencies, we have emergency exits on the back, two sides on the back, as well as we have one emergency exit on the right-hand side as well. This one is currently it's not working, so just make sure that you know the emergency exits. It's the two exits on the back, and then one exit on the right-hand side. And as we move out of the hall, we move into the lobby, and then please move slowly and steadily, and please do not panic, and please watch out for the falling objects, so especially with the false ceiling that we have over here. And in case of any emergency, we move out of this auditorium, and then we assemble in front of the AIT Conference Center. That's open space outside the main gate of the AIT Conference Center. And based on the registrations that we have for the particular day, we will do a welfare check as well. Moving forward, the agenda, we're going digital with the agenda, so we have not printed out any agenda on paper, but we have the agenda QR, digital agenda available for you. So you can simply scan the QR code that is available on your tables or the notice board to download the agenda for the entire event. We have internet access as well. I think many of you have already connected. You can use this SSID MKF II and the password MKF at AITCC. That's also stuck on the walls as well as in the notice board outside as well. So you'll have internet access throughout this event for all the participants. Similarly, during your stay, just for your pleasant stay, there are various amenities available inside AIT campus itself, including for food, for groceries, for stationery materials, for any digital or other accessories that you might need for during your stay. So for the food, we have AITCC dining itself. That is inside the conference center. We have AIT cafeteria, which serves South Asian and Thai food, and it's also halal certified, as well as the AITCC is also halal certified. And then we have a few coffee houses as well as bakery nearby within the periphery, which you can explore for any food-related options. We also have a convenience store, 7-Eleven, within the AIT premises. It's around 5 to 10 minutes walk from AIT, from this conference center. We have a bookstore for any stationery or souvenirs that you would like to buy. And then we also have a Siam Commercial Bank ATM in the main administration building. where you can get Thai baht using your card, because most of the payments inside is also in cash. So I think that will be very helpful for you. If you're not carrying cash, you can get that from the SCB ATM in the main administrating building, just beside the homegrown coffee shop. We also have a medical clinic inside the AIT campus itself. It's just outside the AIT, the main gate, and just left of it. And we have 24/7 nurse practitioner available. We also have on-call doctors. Emergency first aid is also available there, and there's also a pharmacy. So if you have any health-related issues, we have access to the medical clinic as well as Thammasat University Hospital, which is only 5 minutes away. We have that access for emergency medical care as well. And these are the emergency contacts. We'll print this out as well, and then paste it on the notice board as well. But just for the entire duration of stay, in addition to the AIT emergency contacts, I would like to ask you to keep note of the Thailand emergency hotline 191, especially for any emergency contacts, as well as Thailand Tourist Police 1155, which will be, I think, will be very helpful if you, even outside AIT, if you run into any issues. And the Thailand Tourist Police will be very helpful, and they have a very extensive network to help you as well. Yes, so that's it for the security briefing, and wish you a pleasant and safe stay at the Asian Institute of Technology. Thank you, Dr. Indra. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ayush. So after the security briefing, let's go on to the main inaugural event. So myself, Niladri Gupta, I am the Regional Coordinator, Water and Wetlands at IUCN. So I would be the moderator of this session. So I hope you are all ready for these 3 days. So we take off now, and I hope you will have a pleasant flight over the 3 days before we close on 25th. So this event, as you have been seen in the agenda, is jointly organized or co-convened by International Union for Conservation of Nature, Asian Institute of Technology, and South Asian University, and our 16 partners whose names are there. I'm not repeating in interest of time. And it's with a generous support from the BREACH program funded by SDC and the Oxfam TROSA program funded by SIDA. So first, I would like to request our distinguished guests to please take a seat on the stage as part of the inaugural session. So first, I would like to request Dr. Dindo Kampelan, Regional Director, IUCN, Asia and Hub Director of Oceania, to please take his seat. Thank you, Dindo. I would now request Dr. Pai Chi Lee, President, Asian Institute of Technology, to please come to the stage and take your seat. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Our ambassador of Bangladesh to the Kingdom of Thailand is on his way. So once he is here, we will request him to come here. Now I would request Dr. Anil Gupta, Head of Climate Center on DRR at IIT Roorkee, to please take his seat on the stage. Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I would now request Dr. Medha Bisht, Associate Professor, Department of International Relations, South Asian University, to please come to the stage, please. Thank you, Dr. Bisht. Now I request Mr. John Samuel, Regional Director, Oxfam Asia, to please come to the stage and take his seat. Thank you, Mr. Samuel. I would now request Dr. Indrajit Pal, Associate Professor and Chair, Disaster Preparedness, Mitigation and Management, Asian Institute of Technology, to take his seat. And I would now, finally, I would request Mr. Rakibul Amin, Head Science and Strategy Group, IUCN, to please come and take his seat. So thank you all. So now we are ready for the show, as I said. So as we inaugurate the forum, let me start with a question which you need to think about over the 3 days, and hopefully you will be able to get an answer to it. And I came through while seeing a documentary recently on the river Salween, the longest undammed river in mainland Southeast Asia, which starts from the Tibetan plateau and flows through Myanmar and goes into Andaman Sea. So I think this question, though it was specifically to the documentary, but it is valid for any rivers globally, including the Barak-Meghna River, and the urgent need to save the ecosystem connected with the river as well as its governance. So it is a question especially to the youth delegates who are attending, because you are the future to protect the river systems. So the question is that, how far would you go to save a river? So that's the main question we would try to answer, part on ecosystem governance and others as part of this project. So keep this in mind. How far would you go to save a river? So let's start the inaugural session of the second Meghna Knowledge Forum. And it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Dindo Kampilan, Regional Director, IUCN Asia, and Hub Director for Oceania, to give his welcome address on behalf of IUCN. Over to you.
Thank you, Niladri. I'm really glad to see all of us here today, despite the rains and the weather warnings that we receive overall. So again, welcome on behalf of IUCN. Excellencies, distinguished guests, partners and friends, and everybody in the Meghna Knowledge Forum family. So it's my great honor to welcome all of you here, the second Meghna Knowledge Forum. When Vishwa invited me to be joining here today, I did remember the first Meghna Knowledge Forum about 4 years ago, which unfortunately was still in the middle of COVID, so it was largely virtual. I wonder how many in the room today were part of the first Meghna Knowledge Forum. Could you please raise your hand? Yes? Okay. That's a good number. Were you joining virtually? Yes, okay. So this is a great opportunity to finally be together in person. But at the same time, I want to say welcome to those who are also joining online. We have participants connecting to and watching us to the YouTube channel. I want to first thank, and you see here all of our partners, but in particular our convener, the Asian Institute of Technology and the South Asian University, and many of our IUCN members, member organizations, and also experts from our IUCN commissions. It's almost like a reunion coming here to AIT. Thank you to all of you. Of course, our civil society organizations, the media who are here today and making this forum possible. We, of course, would like to thank our donors and sponsors, SIDA, of course, SDC, and Oxfam, TROSA, too. And the many other partners that we have for making this initiative possible in so many years now. We are deeply grateful to our high-level delegates, including representatives from the Ministry of Water Resources, Bangladesh, and AIT for their presence and support. When I came into this room today, I suddenly remember that I was exactly the same room, and I was saying to the President about 2 months ago for the graduation exercises, where I had the honor of being the graduation speaker in this room. And one of the things I promised was that hopefully we're going to expand our collaboration with AIT across different schools and units. And we just did that today, because I think this is the first initiative we're doing with the School of Engineering, particularly the DRR team. And in fact, we have a project under development. I hope this is going to inspire us to do more with AIT. And for those of you who don't know, IUCN Asia started here. When IUCN established its Asia regional office, I see a lot of people nodding, and now you probably are associated with that. When IUCN came to Asia in 1999, AIT welcomed us. This became our first home of the Asia regional office, and we were here for 4 years. Although our home now is in downtown Bangkok, we are still very grateful for the continuing partnership with AIT. I think we must remember again to the very foundational mission of IUCN, being the world's largest, oldest environment network. Our unique role is really to bring together government, civil society, academia, youth, and the private sector. The Meghna Knowledge Forum embodies that, and this is the convening mission of IUCN. It's a powerful example of what we can do together as knowledge actors and as knowledge contributors. And through the initiative like the Bridge program, we facilitate this multi-stakeholder platform, in this case, for the Barak-Meghna Basin. And these efforts are supported, as you can see, by a very diverse set of stakeholders around the region and in many countries, not only limited to India and Bangladesh. Looking back at Meghna Knowledge Forum the first time, we are also very thankful that we are building on what we actually accomplished about 4 years ago. Now, inside the room, we see about 100 participants, including those connecting online. That 2021 Knowledge Forum laid the foundation for multi-stakeholder knowledge exchange. And today, we are building on that. But one of the things I remembered from 2021 is actually a very powerful message of someone. I think she's in the room now, Miss Helena Talang from Bangladesh. Are you in the room, please? Please stand to be recognized. Thank you very much. She's from the Kasi community, and she said something in 2021 that still resonates up to today. Where there is forest, there is Kashi. And that's a favorite quote of mine from MKF 2021. So we know the Barak-Meghna Basin supports over 50 million people, home to 100 fish species. I think we already know that. So this forum isn't more about them underscoring the importance, biological importance, socioeconomic importance of the basin. We are here to talk about what is next and what is the action. And so I think it is important that we look at what is new and what is different in these next 3 days. And I'm really very proud that one of the highlights of today is having youth engagement in the room. You know, one of the aspects of our initiative was to bring together the youth leaders into the Youth for Meghna network. I understand there are 18 of you here today, and I would like you to stand and be recognized. Please, the youth leaders who are in the room today. Yes? Okay, thank you very much. And yes, at the back. Remember, for many of us, we're going to retire in a few months. All that we're talking here today and the next 3 days, you will have the responsibility and the honor to take it forward. So you should be front and center in this discussion. And I'm really happy that you're with us here today. This is also a multimedia, multi-sensory experience. You're going to hear about plenary sessions, side events, exhibitions. So take advantage of the experiential nature of this forum, as well as the invaluable opportunity to really connect for that. So we are thanking everyone for organizing the various exhibits, the various side activities to make this very, very interesting. And with that, I also thank my colleagues from IUCN, from our team here in Bangkok, and from our country offices. So moving forward, what is it that we might be able to look forward to in terms of what will be remembered 4 years from now about the Meghna Knowledge Forum 2 in 2025? First of all, is going back to IUCN's mission and connecting with what you're going to be discussing today. There's a session that's going to talk about nature-based solution. I think we need to step back and really reflect on the fact that IUCN's mission and one of its role is really as a global authority on the standard, the assessment on nature and biodiversity. And the nature-based solution standard is just one of those. There are many others that you're familiar with. I'm proud to mention, for example, the Red List of Ecosystem. We already know the Red List of Species. At the moment, now we have launched a new standard called the Red List of Ecosystem, which is not on species, but is on ecosystem collapse. I think that is going to be relevant as we talk about what we can do moving forward in the basin. Another one is really about our role to connect practice and policy. Many of you, of course, are involved with the Ramsar Convention, and as we talk here, many of our colleagues are in Victoria Falls, where the COP meeting is happening, right? But it's not just about Ramsar, it's about really how does the knowledge we have collectively can influence not only community action, but even multilateral decision-making and negotiation happening. While we have the upcoming climate COP in Belém in Brazil soon, next year is going to be really strategic for this region because the COPs, the COP meetings of the 3 Rio conventions is happening in this part of the world. Okay, the biodiversity COP is going to happen in Armenia. The UNCCD, Sustainable Land Health Desertification, is going to happen in Mongolia. And soon to be announced is the host country for the climate COP next year, which I think most likely will also be here. So we talk about the knowledge forum here, but let's think more broadly and let's have higher level ambitions. How do we use the knowledge here to influence these higher level negotiations and discussion that we have? At IUCN, we are also taking particular emphasis now around financing for nature. It's important to talk about knowledge and to translate knowledge into action, but to do that, you need financing. So much of what we do in IUCN Asia now is really unlocking finance to support what we've been talking about. Many of you are already involved in IUCN in terms of our role with the Global Environment Facility for Jeff, with the Green Climate Fund, now with the Asian Development Bank, and many others, including the private sector. So let's go further in our discussion today, in the next 3 days, not only about knowledge, but also how we can put it to use through sustainable financing. And I will be remiss if I'm not going to mention that we look at this event here as just a stopover of a journey leading to October, which is the IUCN World Conservation Congress. It's the Olympics for nature, as you all know. It happens once every 4 years. It's a gathering of thousands, 10,000, sometimes up to 20,000 of the world's conservation community coming together. It's happening in about 3 months. And so let's think about the key messages that we have here and how do we bring that to the IUCN resolutions that will influence and shape our priority program areas for the next 4 years. So I do hope that we chart the roadmap from Bangkok to Abu Dhabi in the next weeks. Finally, our aspiration is not just to be doing all of these for us every 3 or 4 years, but making this a sustainable platform in 3 ways. I think we must demonstrate that knowledge for development knows no boundaries. Second, that this is not just a knowledge platform. We can make this into truly a knowledge into use platform. And finally, that we can show that we are providing an inclusive, safe, and positive space for knowledge sharing to demonstrating that this is knowledge for all. And with that, I'm really thankful for all of you coming here. I hope to see you in the next 3 days engage the various activities. And to our team in IUCN, thank you very much. Kapun kao.
Thank you, Dindo, for your message, especially to the youth, about the road from Bangkok to Abu Dhabi. So now it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Pai Chi Lee, President, Asian Institute of Technology, to deliver the welcome address on behalf of AIT. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, faculty, friends, partners, and students. On behalf of Asian Institute of Technology, I'd like to warmly welcome you to this second Meghna Knowledge Forum. And also, it's really our pleasure to co-host this event with the International Union for Conservation of Nature and also South Asian universities and also many other partners, with our shared goal in strengthening the resilience and sustainability of Meghna River Basin. I think the theme of this forum is very timely, and also it aligns very well with AIT's mission in sustainable development and also climate resilience. So I'm sure in the next 3 days, it will be a very invaluable opportunity for us to share knowledge, to forge insight, innovations, and also to foster collaborations. I'm also very sure that our efforts are important not just for Meghna River Basin, but also crucial for other transboundary river basins that are facing similar challenges. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the organizations, participants and also speakers and each one of you for your coming. Your presence really underscores our shared commitment. And I also like to thank Professor Indrajit Pal and also your team for your efforts to make this event possible. Finally, I wish you a pleasant day, a productive forum, and also a safe journey back home. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. So I would like to inform that it's our Honorable Ms. Saida Rizwana Hassan, Advisor, Ministry of Climate Change, Environment and Forest, and Ministry of Water Resource, Government of Bangladesh, has joined online. Welcome, Madam, to the forum, and we look forward to hear from you in the inaugural session. So as we take forward the welcome address, so now I would request Dr. Medha Bisht, Associate Professor, Department of International Relations, South Asian University, India, to give her welcome remarks on behalf of the South Asian University.
So very good morning, everyone, and it's really a pleasure to be here. What is the best way to start for a welcome address? And I think, let me start by saying that every region has a story to tell, and so does South Asia. And I would say in the coming days, you'll hear multiple stories about water, around water, and let me also say with conviction that all of us sitting in this room today will be characters who will be witnessing the unfolding story of the Meghna River Basin. Let me congratulate, first of all, IUCN for the work, fantastic work. I have been associated with them for a long time. They have really done on the ground, really trying to link the local and the global discourses. And it's indeed a pleasure for South Asian University to join hands both with IUCN and the Asian Institute of Technology in really taking these ideas forward. South Asian University is an international university. It was founded in 2010 under the aegis of SAARC. And the broad idea or the vision or the mission of SAU is to really bridge knowledge which is truly South Asian. Under the capable leadership of Professor K.K. Agarwal, we have been really striving to offer academic excellence, which I would say not only sits at the intersection of policy, theory, but also hands-on knowledge. In fact, coming from the Faculty of International Studies, it really has been an endeavor that the classroom is not really restricted to theories and concepts, but the classroom is indeed also the field where you in fact really meet the real agents on the ground, the human agency, which in fact can really be talking about transformative change. Another important mission of South Asian University is to build regional consciousness. And I'm sure in the volatile geopolitics that we all are witnessing today, it's indeed become really a daunting task. But I think when it really comes to very complex issues of water and climate change, we have to think unitedly. I think right in the first welcome comments, I heard a statement, we have to save the river and we should save the river. And to my mind, the question came that can we really save the river? The river has to save us. And I think the sooner we, in fact, have this consciousness, the better it will be for us, South Asians. In fact, towards this end, we've done multiple collaborations in the past in terms of taking the vision forward. And therefore, collaborating with the Meghna Knowledge Forum was a natural meeting of minds for us. It was meeting synergies where we can really take the idea forward. In fact, at the South Asian University, we've done multiple collaborations, we've built networks, we've studied the importance of networks in water diplomacy. We've collaborated with Pakistan, we've collaborated with Bangladesh, and in fact, just a few months back, in April 2025, we held an international conference on water diplomacy, where we had practitioners, scholars, not only from South Asia, but in fact, international scholars who are studying water and really trying to make a difference. In fact, as part of the Meghna Knowledge Forum, we will be really happy to facilitate the establishment of a research and a capacity building network in terms of contributing to developing short-term courses, hosting you all at the South Asian University, and mentoring young scholars who want to really examine this intersection between water governance and water diplomacy. Because after all, what we are really trying to understand here are these transboundary shared waterscapes. And how do we really try to influence some of these paradigms, some of these ideas, some of these global discourses, which are really going at the international level, primarily through the vision and with the youth, becomes very, very important. So moving forward and onward from here, we really look forward learning from this very rich forum which has been brought together by IUCN. My congratulations to you, and I really do look forward in terms of learning from these rich conversations in near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bisht, for your inspiring message. So now I would like to welcome Dr. Indrajit Paul, Associate Professor and Chair of Disaster Preparedness, Mitigation and Management, AIT, to share his thoughts on the forum.
Thank you very much, Dr. Niladri. Very good morning. I think all are still wake up, have a good breakfast, right? So let's start with quite a lot of energy with the system, because we need 3 days to carry on. So I'd like to congratulate IUCN and all of us to make it happen, because the time was very short for the entire team to convene all this. So morning with Dindo, actually, we discussed that. So first of all, again, on behalf of AIT, already our president welcomed you. Again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome in the campus and also in the forum as well. So AIT as a higher educational institute for this particular forum is very much contextual in the process. Like AIT strive to be the regional hub for the transformative knowledge, innovation, and collaboration. So that is more or less the objective of AIT's whole higher education system. So we recognize that the scale and the complexity, what Dr. Megha also mentioned, about today's climate and water-related challenges demand inclusive approach among the different stakeholders. I believe this particular forum will be the melting pot, or maybe the networking point where really we can encash like lot of knowledges, lot of linkages, and also try to bridge the gap between the different stakeholders, especially the academia, policymakers, right, and other stakeholders who are maybe some extent not reachable. And I also learned from like the youth forum is one of the key process or initiative. As Dindo mentioned, I'd like to also highlight for this particular initiative of this Meghna Forum, the second Meghna Knowledge Forum, is the Youth Mega Network and also Barak-Meghna Research Network, which actually fostered the multi-stakeholder science policy interface. I think during tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we have these side events as well for 2 different activities. And all the youth and all the groups actually will get chance to speak and also network more. And we'll provide that platform as well. So Ayush mentioned about different rooms as well. So I think we'll get the platform of our own to explain our thoughts and also try to collaborate. So this platform and the forum will not stop here. We should continue through different networking processes. So we'll not wait for Meghna Forum 3. I think we'll still continue immediately after that. And we need to find the process. And AIT in this place is also welcome and take this opportunity to contribute, particularly in helping to define the priority of the research and shape the inclusive partnership through our different ongoing research activity at the campus, and shape the inclusive partnership model, so explore the strategies for the long-term sustainability. So the long-term sustainability is our primary motto for this particular forum. So with that, and I think all of us are very much aware about the SDGs, and this particular forum, Knowledge Forum, is actually SAFAI's SDG 17, which is talking about the partnership. And this partnership is happening. So I think we are really, really contributing to the SDG 17 to this forum. So with that small process, maybe we can really make a big impact. So with that, I'd like to welcome you again, and all the best for our sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pal. So now I would like to request Mr. John Samuel, Regional Director, Oxfam Asia, to share his perspective on the forum. And as part of the Transboundary Rivers of South Asia, Oxfam has been a partner in this program. Over to you, Mr. John.
Distinguished panelists on the dais, dear friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Oxfam, I would like to express our deep appreciation to IUCN, Asian Institute of Technology, and all participants of this multi-stakeholder forum for making it happen. We are here in this forum just to also be in solidarity with millions of people at the receiving end of nature, particularly in the Barak-Meghna basin. Oxfam has been working with the people of river basin for more than 50 years. In Asia, particularly in South Asia, through transboundary rivers in South Asia, TROSA, Oxfam has been working with our partners on the ground, with IUCN, with many communities in Nepal, India, and Bangladesh. I think in the Knowledge Forum, the most important questions we need to ask is, how are we really going to make a difference in the lives of those millions of people who live in this river basis? For us, empowerment of the communities and ensuring their rights are respected, ensuring gender justice and also accountable governance and water governance are a part and parcel of making a difference on the ground. I'm very happy that there are representatives of the governments, policymakers, civil society, participants from other multilateral and bilateral agencies. I would like to particularly thank SIDA and Switzerland, Government of Switzerland, for providing support for this program. I had occasion to live with the communities, especially in Chor Mundas in Bangladesh and Gola Chippa in Bangladesh, and also Brahmaputra Basin. I have personally seen how their lives and livelihood are so dependent on the rivers, and the biodiversity within water and the forestry around water. Rivers are about life. River of life is about biodiversity, It's about the livelihood. It's about the dependency of those communities. But also I have seen the huge flood and cyclone which has created so much disaster. And hence, I hope this forum would also, when we are sitting here, there are empty seats. Imagine about someone who has not gone to school, who didn't have an opportunity to speak in English, are sitting in these empty chairs. So as we speak about research, about evidence-based policies, about knowledge, the most important knowledge is the knowledge of the people. In fact, I have written extensively on my experience there in Chormumdas, and I met with her story. I will, finish this. I met a lady who was 65, those died. Her name is Saleha Chachi. And I wrote about my experience in books, and even that's going to be a novel called Saleha Chachi Smiles. Saleha Chachi was the only one survived in the 1970 cyclone from that Chormumdas. And Saleha Chachi, who never went to school, she studied, till class 1, and at the age of 13 she was married off. And by the age of 17 or 18, she lost the entire family. She rebuilt the community. She established 2 schools. And she was a symbol of what you call empowerment, transformation. Unless we transform those people, we help to create spaces for Saleha Chachis, millions of Saleha Chachis, who are at the receiving end, we will not make a difference. It's their in-depth knowledge is the real knowledge that's going to make a difference. I think as much as we do research, as much as we bring in everything, but the knowledge of the communities is fundamental in transforming the situation of these communities. I hope as we sit here and deliberate the next 3 days, we will always remember it's the Saleha Chachis who make what I call climate resilient communities, who make a difference by empowering communities. And that's the only way to go. When the people claim their lives, people transform their lives, we can only create an enabling environment where there is an enabling policies and enough resources that will make a difference in the lives of those 50 million people who are not here. So on their behalf as well, I just wanted to remind ourselves to commit ourselves, all of us, to make a difference in the lives of those people we are sitting here. I would like to thank everyone and wish a great time of camaraderie, relationships, and knowledge exchange. With that, I would like to thank everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel, for your inspiring speech about the communities for whom we are actually gathered here. So now it's the time to ponder on the question that I put forward. And Dr. Medha also gave a reverse question, that is it we who will save the river or the river will save us? So to start finding the answer to that question, so we need to know do some fact checks on the Barak-Meghna River basin. So I have the pleasure to now welcome Mr. Vishwaranjan Senior, Senior Program Officer, Water and Wetland South Asia at IUCN, to introduce the Barak-Meghna landscape and the broad agenda of the second Meghna Knowledge Forum. Over to you, Mr. Sinha.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Niladri, and esteemed guests who are sitting here. So thank you very much for everyone to come and alight this Meghna Knowledge Forum. So I will just take 10 minutes to, tell you about what is IUCN, what kind of work we are doing, and what is the agenda for the next 3 days. And as you can see, we are trying to make it very interactive, and we have also our Tofu creative friends sitting there and taking live post-it note. So key messages and all those things are also getting kind of consolidated through posters and visual stories. So talking about today Meghna Knowledge Forum, we as IUCN, it's a union of organization, and we bring in capacity in terms of convening different stakeholders. And this slide basically tells us about who we are. So we are a union. I am part of the secretariat, but we also have commissions and members. So a lot of commission members who are individual members, they are also sitting here, and then institutions like Balipara Foundation, NEEDS, CNRS, a lot of our IUCN members who are sitting here today, and they make really wonderful input to the work of IUCN or the vision of IUCN. So IUCN is, we feel pride to be the global authority on the status of natural world and the means to conserve it. IUCN has been working very closely with the CBD and has been supporting the drafting of the convention. We also take a bit of a pride in saying that we are the only environmental organization who has an observer status in the UN General Assembly. And as you can see, we, as a part of our union, we have more than 1,400 member organizations, 15,000 plus commissions, and secretariat offices in more than 50 countries. So this is who we are. As a part of the Water and Wetland Initiative of IUCN, this slide just tells you about the different kinds of things that we do and how we support the stakeholders and government in prioritizing the freshwater ecosystem and its conservation. So 5 areas of work: documentation, and one of the best document that is available and well known is the Red List of Species, which is the largest species database on what is the status of a species in terms of endangered, extinct, vulnerable, etc. One important piece of work that has emerged in last 5-6 years is the nature-based solution. So IUCN in 2020 published the first global standard on nature-based solution, and then we are also working on building capacity and working on the mainstreaming of NBS in policy and practice, and we will soon be also publishing with ADPC one report on regional guidance for promoting nature-based solution in the water sector in South Asia. One of the important part of our work is also about implementation of the SDGs, and especially looking at SDG 6, target 6.5, which is about achieving IWRM in all the river basins by 2030. Supporting the implementation of Ramsar Convention is a very important part of our work as a part of the water and wetlands strategy also. IUCN is one of the implementing agency for the Ramsar Convention, and we have been working very closely with the convention to support its implementation. And finally, I think we all need resources for the conservation of nature, and IUCN, being a GCF agency, is working with government to mobilize resources for sustainable development of and conservation of the natural resources. And one of the examples recently, we have submitted a proposal for GCF wetlands-based adaptation in the Indo-Burma region, where Bangladesh is one of the countries who is a part of this regional project, and we will be investing around 35 million US dollars in the How region if it is approved by the Green Climate Fund Secretariat. So bridge all the work that we are doing on the river basin, though there are a lot of different programs that are working to contributing to water and wetland strategy and its objective. But today, the work that is here happening is through the bridge program. As you already heard, it is supported by SDC and SIDA. And overall, we are present in more than actually 20 river basins across the globe. And in Asia, you can see we are in the 3S river basin in the Mekong region and the Ganga, Brahmaputra, Barak-Meghna region in India, Bangladesh, Nepal area. So our goal is to improve community resilience to climate change through inclusive ecosystem and nature-based solutions in the Mahakali and Barak-Meghna River basin. So this is where we are focusing right now. So Barak-Meghna, you already see, Mahakali River basin is shared between India and Bangladesh. That's where IUCN is also working with our local partners. And just to introduce you to the landscape of the Meghna River basin, so here is the map. And as you can see, the land use on the Indian side of the basin is forest, so a lot of forest ecosystem services. And on the Bangladesh side, it is a lot big wetlands, the How region in the Surma Kushiara River basin, and a lot of croplands. Indian side also is the land which is basically managed, almost 80% of it is managed by the indigenous community. We have also some members from the Indian side of indigenous community and those who are working in government who can talk more about it. But basically, why it is so tough when we talk about IWRM. Here is one basin which we look at Indian side. There's 6 states which is sharing different, small parts of this basin. If we go to Bangladesh side, there are Sunamganj, and so many other districts in the Bangladesh side, almost like 6/7, which fall within the Meghna River basin. So in terms of the management, it is a difficult thing to manage land which is under different governance systems. So that's where IUCN comes in as a convener to try to bring different stakeholders and they build a joint and a common vision. So this is just a map I wanted to show you to show that how many different rivers are flowing in the Meghna River basin from India to Bangladesh. And I think most of you must have seen this data that 54 rivers are shared between India and Bangladesh. And 20 of them are in the Barak-Meghna River basin. So you can, economically, it is not that much developed, but in terms of the number of rivers, it almost contributes half of the shared rivers between India and Bangladesh. So quickly just telling you about what we are doing. So here are the 4 outcomes under which we are working as a part of this program. And these outcomes are also aligned with the outcomes of the Meghna Knowledge Forum objective. So first is the strengthening community climate resilience. That's where we are focusing more on the data. How the communities are adapting to the change. What are the deficiencies in the current data and our planning system? Then promoting the inclusive management of the basin. And that's where nature-based solution comes in as a important entry point. And not just capacity building, we are working with a stakeholder in India and Bangladesh to mainstream it through the development of a strategy focusing on the 3 districts of India and Bangladesh. In India, we are targeting Kachar and Sri Bhumi district, and we are working with partners. And in Bangladesh, we are working with Buet to develop the strategy, NBS strategy for climate resilience development in the Sunamganj district. As you can see, we are working with a lot of partners, and Youth for Meghna is an important part of our initiative. And they have been a really a network of very talented and energetic individuals who are really motivated to contribute to the cause of the conservation of the Meghna River basin. So that's our 3rd outcome. And finally, we also work with the governance, try to understand how systems are working at different levels and what are the ways in which we can build in multi-level collaboration by working with different stakeholders, understanding their needs, understanding what their demand is. So today we are on the MKF, and I just wanted to highlight these are our Youth for Meghna. So of course this is the founding members, I would say, the first 18 people who were selected when we were starting the network. But as we go forward, I see a lot of young individuals joining in, showing interest. So surely this network is going to grow bigger in time. And most of the Youth for Meghna network people are available, and they are leading on the exhibition area. They will be leading also on the Youth Forum 1 and Youth Forum 2 design, which are today after lunch. So we really hope all of you can participate. It will be fun time with intergenerational dialogue, games, and understanding what these youth are doing in the basin. So not going into the detail, but we are in the Meghna Knowledge Forum 2, and the Meghna Knowledge Forum 1 was 2021. More than 17 partners, very high-level participation, very good media coverage, and the key messages that emerged from the Meghna Knowledge Forum 1 was that it is a cultural heritage, Meghna River Basin. It lies in the biogeographic gateway zone of Indo and Malaya region, and it also highlighted the value of data and research in building cooperation, creating evidence, having a dialogue which can lead to some kind of actions on the ground, and also developing joint vision to operationalize cooperation in the basin. What are the ways in which we can do it? So through the process, we are trying to understand, and this was also the key objective, key recommendations from the MKF 2021. Now MKF 2 objectives. So as I will not repeat, but the 3 objectives are basically aligned to the work that we are doing. So first one will more explore the climate resilience of the community, what are the data available, what is it missing, how we can work together to build that data and information support and in terms of capacity. Exploring opportunities to apply nature-based solution is something we have to keep track of, always trying to understand that what is the way to mainstream NBS in this basin, and then strengthening inclusive management of the basin. This is my last slide. So just for everyone's attention, you can have a look at this slide. So we are on the day 1 today in the inaugural session. After this, we will go for the launch of the exhibition area. We have our partners who have really worked hard to put up their booth, and not just what you see here, but they have been working on it for almost a month now. And after that, after the exhibition launch, we'll go into the lunch. And then after lunch, we have the youth forums. But these are not just for youth. This is for everyone to understand how youth are thinking, how you can work with them, and having fun time with them. So this is how we will end the day 1. And in the evening, we have a reception at reception and networking dinner at the Novotel Hotel, where some of self-funded participants are also staying. And 6:30, there will be a vehicle outside the Asian Conference Center waiting for you. By 7 o'clock, we plan to reach for the dinner tonight, so please be there in that area. So tomorrow we'll start with the thematic plenary 1. So each thematic plenary is linked to 2 side events. So tomorrow, as you can see, we have side event on the role of private sector, and also how to build trade and tourism in the Barak-Meghna Basin across the border. So quite diversified agenda for the first half. Then in the thematic plenary 2, we go more into nature-based solution and ecosystem, conservation mode, how we can apply NBS. And we have the main plenary. After that, we follow with 2 side events. One is on shaping river basin futures together, tools, data, dialogue, which is led by SCI. And the other one is Barak-Meghna Research Network. So that's what Dr. Indrajit and others were mentioning, that we also want to use this opportunity to understand that how the stakeholders can work together in better addressing the data and information gap. So there is a side event or a round table which we invite everyone to participate. And day 3, we go into the first half is basically the final thematic. So thematic plenary 3, which is more on gender, inclusion, youth, and women. And after that, we go into the 2 side events which are linked to the theme. So community-led adaptation and strategies, where our local partner needs, Oxfam and others are kind of leading and have designed this session. So you are most welcome to join. And finally, the one final parallel side event is on water convention principles. So we have 2 water conventions currently, which is open for ratification by all the countries across the globe. UN Water Courses Convention and UN ECE Convention, which was initially started as a European convention, but now it is open for all the world, to all the countries to kind of become a member. So it will be with UNECE. It is also a round table where we will try to understand that what are the principles of UNECE and how better it could be integrated, or what value it brings to the South Asia region. Then after lunch, we have the synthesis session. So the plan here is that all the moderators, and you are sitting also here in the room, session moderators from each session will take 3 key messages and 3 action points, and they will present it after lunch during the synthesis session. Then we go into the coffee break, and we have some high-level guests in the valedictory session, who will be kind of commenting on what are the key messages coming, how we can refine these key messages, how we better communicate these key messages. And with this, we will end the day 3, and hopefully you will have good time, and everyone will be very charged to again go forward and work for the sustainability of Meghna. So thank you very much from my side.
Thank you, Vishwa. It was really comprehensive to explain or set the scene for the forum. So now it's my pleasure to welcome Honorable Ms. Saida Rizwana Hassan, Advisor to the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and Ministry of Water Resource, Government of Bangladesh, for her remarks. And she will be speaking us online. And may I now request our IT team to connect her to the main screen. We will let you know. One minute. Okay, madam, you can start. You are online.
Thank you very much. I come from a country which is often defined by rivers. It is called a riverine country. And any song that you can think of describing Bangladesh will surely mention 4 river ecosystems: Padma, Meghna, Surma, and Jamuna. For us as Bangladeshis, river is something that's totally not separable from our existence and entities. All the 4 major river ecosystem or basins that I have talked about are actually shared river basins. We share this with our neighbors like Nepal, India, and China. And the river flows to the Bay of Bengal through Bangladesh. So the country is actually the largest riverine delta of the world. So you understand what rivers mean to Bangladesh and to the Bangladeshis. I do thank the organizers for inviting me and say a few words in this extremely important session. I say it's important because when we, the governments, struggle to reach consensus on river basin based management of our shared resources, it is important that the river-based communities, river-dependent communities are connected. And while there is a tendency in the formal sector to prescribe structural solution to natural problems or structural solutions to problems that our nature is faced with, the communities who have information and who have knowledge can actually correct that path and work with the government to make the development discourse climate resilient. I wish I could be there with all of you in person, but because of heavy occupation here in Bangladesh, I could not be with you in person, but I'll always be present with you all in spirit. I do thank IUCN and South Asian University and the Asian Institute of Technology for holding the community voices high, for creating the scope for communities to come together, share their concerns, their expectations, and their aspirations, and at the same time recording those. For any democratic government, it would be very important to really know what their communities are thinking about the ecosystems that are so important for their survival. I appreciate the role of the knowledge partners of this forum. When we talk about Meghna Knowledge Forum, I must say that the options that we will discuss should actually be ecocentric and not anthropocentric. We should be protecting our rivers for the sake of, not only for the sake of our existence, but we should actually recognize that river systems do have certain rights. Increasingly, jurisprudence of different countries are coming forward to recognize rights of rivers. When the countries that do not recognize such rights are actually starting to talk about rights of rivers. And I think the program that you have designed, if you could allocate some time for the participants to really talk about what are the rights of rivers that the nations should respect, that will be really wonderful. In South Asia, regrettably, rivers, although there are rivers that we share among more than 2 countries, it is still not a regional subject. SAARC does not recognize rivers as an issue for regional cooperation because some countries tend to think that rivers are bilateral issues and not necessarily multilateral issues. So there is some kind of supremacy that is being pleaded and practiced, and this is not a phenomenon that is common in Bangladesh only. It is a phenomenon that is prevalent globally, and that is what we see when we talk about the UN Convention on Transboundary Management of on management of the transboundary rivers. It took 17 long years to get 36 ratifications for that convention to enter into force. And needless to say that none of the South Asian countries has ratified it. Rather, some have opposed it. Bangladesh has signed the Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes, and Bangladesh is the first South Asian country to have acceded to this convention, because Bangladesh, being a lower riparian, believes in rights of rivers and rights of the communities living in the lower riparian over the rivers that actually shape their existence and the map of the country itself. The Meghna Basin is of particular importance to us because with the Meghna Basin, we get an important, very unique ecosystem, which is called the Haor ecosystem, H-A-O-R. And if you go to Google, Google would tell you that Haor ecosystem is a unique ecosystem of Bangladesh, although there are some Haors in West Bengal. So it is an ecosystem about which we Bangladeshis are very proud of. And we as government have invested time and resources to come up with a Haor management master plan. But the water in Haor, the water flow in Haor is very much dependent on the upper riparian country. Haors are important for Bangladesh not only as a drainage system, as a huge depression that has cultivable land, that has homestead, that has rivers, that has ponds, that all get submerged underwater during monsoon, but it's also important because some of the Haors are nationally protected areas and one of the Howers is a Ramsar site because it invites migratory birds also to come, and there are rich swamp forests in this Howard ecosystem. And the Howard ecosystem is very much dependent for its existence on how the Meghna Basin is managed. When we talk about Howard, I must tell you how important it is for the people of Bangladesh, not only as a unique, beautiful ecosystem, but also as an ecosystem that's supporting the livelihood of several millions of people. The rice production, there is one particular variety, we call it Boro. 18% of Boro production of the country actually comes from the Howard. So it is a source of agricultural production during dry season. In the monsoon, it is a very important source of fish production. I hail from the Howard region. And since I hail from the Howard region, it's very difficult for me to really appreciate the fish species that are coming from the other parts of Bangladesh, because the fresh fish that I get from the Howard ecosystem is something I have grown up with. And I think those are the best fish species that Bangladesh has. I'm sure the other Bangladeshi participants in the region who have come from other parts of Bangladesh would disagree, but I must very proudly say that Howard supports very popular fish species of Bangladesh. It is also because it's very beautiful and it's very unique. There is a tourism industry that has developed around the Howard ecosystem, and we are really struggling to regulate that economic contribution of the Howard ecosystem. And when we have agriculture and fishing in the same land, you understand that they are not necessarily always complementary to each other. For agriculture, we use huge amount of pesticide and fertilizer. That has an impact on fishing and the migratory birds. So our master plan that we are preparing, we are trying to address these very complicated issues and come up with an institutional mechanism that will help us have some sort of regulation so that we protect the agricultural support that we get from the Howard, the drainage support that we get from the Howard, the fisheries support, and the tourism support that we get from the Howard. One challenge that we face in the Howard ecosystem, two challenges, and in the Meghna Basin, one remains the pollution problem and the sand mining problem, that is more the environmental management part, and the other one is the flash flood. Because it's a shared river basin, we often see flash floods, we often experience flash floods. So when I got responsibility of the Ministry of Water Resources as a person, when I used to romanticize around monsoon, now monsoon gives me heart attack. Because if there is flash flood and the production of rice, the Boro rice suffers in the Howard region, that will have a severe impact on the food market. So we haven't really managed to develop an early warning system with our neighboring countries. This is an area where I think the youth who are participating from different parts of South Asia can come together and help us with information that will be vital for the communities in another part to really avert natural disasters. While state mechanisms are yet to develop. For example, at the moment, I'm looking at how much rainfall will happen in Tripura, which will have an impact in the Feni region in Bangladesh. So if that sort of information flow can be arranged at the community level, at the level where we are operating today in this Meghna Knowledge Forum, that will be excellent. My final concluding remarks would be around nature-based solution. As much as I appreciate this solution, we must have a note of caution that by trying to develop our capacities for nature-based solution against climatic threats, we must not underscore the necessity of the mitigation responsibility of the development of the developed countries. So it's okay for us to prepare based on the natural knowledge that we have, but at the same time, we must equally emphasize that the development course of the globe has to change. It has to be less fossil fuel driven and more nature centric. I said, when the governments of South Asia struggle to reach consensus, if the communities come together to save the ecosystems based on an ecocentric approach, and if that idea generates through the knowledge forum, I would definitely consider it a success. With these words, I would like to conclude my deliberation here. Once again, thanks to all the organizers for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Advisor, for your message. And I think you highlighted two most important points: the need for a community-based early warning systems, and another one is that how we see nature-based solution as one of the adaptation measures, not the only one. So thank you very much for your participation and your inspiring speech. So now, going on further into the inaugural session's discussion on the relation of nature-based solution, ecosystem, and linkage to disaster risk reduction, it's my pleasure to now welcome Dr. Anil Gupta, Head of Climate Change, Climate Center and DRR at Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, to deliver his speech.
Very good morning, and thank you for having me here. I feel honored to be part of this very important initiative. My compliments to IUCN, AIT Bangkok, and all other partners. Talking about Meghna River Basin, and my background of little more than 30 years working in the area of disaster risk reduction makes me bring the version of NBS, or nature-based solution, as ecosystem approach to DRR or eco-DRR. And I recall almost 17 years back, the global strategic initiative that is now called as PEDRAR, Partnership of Environment and DRR, where IUCN has been one of the leading agent for creation of PEDRAR. It was 2009. And that also makes me convey this reality that nature-based solutions are not something very new. Those have always been recognized by the scientists as well as society. But what was lacking was a strategic recognition by the policy tables. And with the initiatives like PEDRAR, and then the standards for NVS, the initiatives under IBBASE and many other initiatives of IUCN, that leveraged the techno-legal and strategic recognitions of nature-based solution towards development. So what is the important aspect that emerges for this Meghna Knowledge Forum 2? I think the previous speakers have already given some very important insights or a guidance that how do we think on those. I have some few points, I think 6 points I have noted, and that reflect the evolving understanding over 10 years or so. One is that Meghna Basin is a very unique geography because of its complexity of the governance, complexity of the various indigenous dimensions, indigenous practices, indigenous society. Also, Meghna Basin has excellent examples, but there are challenges of scalability. There are challenges that how do we mainstream the excellent initiatives. For example, we talk of Khasi, Garo, and these kind of initiatives. But now there is a changing development pattern. Now the traditional practices, if we really want to conserve and promote, we need to mainstream into current governance system. How do we do that? And for that, resources are also required. For that, skills are also required. So a unilateral focus, I think, would not be complete. We need to focus, we need to come up with a holistic approach. And that is something I'm sure that this 3 days deliberation is going to discuss upon and come up with strong recommendation. Transboundary issues, we have been discussing for 2-3 decades, and there are different transboundary issues in South Asia. Despite of some level of mutual understanding, there were some gaps, always. If we recognize both the sides, what are the minimum common understanding that can be possible, and which are the areas there some gaps will remain. I think that can help leverage, at least to some level, a basic foundation and a solid foundation. And I think that's very important. For example, cooperation in terms of sharing case studies and best practices, the training toolkits, the training expertise, and also the strategic planning expertise. How do we create strong plans at district level or the sub-district level? I think is the requirement of almost all the countries in this region. I think these are something which can be the part of the common minimum understanding. And I think that's very important to foster the cooperation. Second thing, we have been talking about water, but we scientifically and when we talk from social perspective, we recognize that water is not an entity only. It is a system. And when we all recognize that water is a system, and then when we start looking water from the ecosystem perspective, it is also very important that the current focus of water is not only water as an entity or water as a resource, but from the climatic risk perspective. And recently we have done some initiative. In fact, the center that I belong in India, that is called Integrated Center for Adaptation, Disaster Risk Reduction and Sustainability, ICARS, located at IIT Roorkee, established by Government of India, National Mission for Strategic Knowledge on Climate Change. The first paper, first policy paper that we released in the COP in Baku, and that was on transboundary climate risk. And I think that will provide an insight to start looking from the climate risk perspective, and certainly then water and ecosystems both will be the one of, I would consider that the top agenda. And there, the ecosystem-centric approach and NBS comes as the one of the foremost important thing. Ecosystem approach, if we just look from the conservation perspective, or rather is the social or the only emotional perspective, I think again it will be a part of that story. If we really want to look at holistically, as Madam also referred that people for river or river for the people. So here I would say that ecosystems, and the previous speaker also referred about the finance for ecosystem conservation. I would say that finance for ecosystem conservation, but also the ecosystems for economy. And I think that's very important, because the first ever the initiative that brought FEDRAR into being was on ecosystems, livelihoods and disasters. So basically, when we talk about ecosystem conservation, if we really want to bring as an integral part of the developmental process, we need to bring the economic perspectives of that. That's very important. Then, what are the initiatives possible? The joint studies. I think we should be able to develop the consortium to study the adaptation challenges. And if we focus on adaptation challenges, that integrates ecosystem-based approaches, that integrates water-related livelihood issues, I think that will again provide us pathways and entry points. And looking at these easily approachable, accessible entries and pathways to foster cooperation and mutual trust, I think that is very important, promoting this ecosystem-centric approaches. And as I'm basically a disaster person, so disaster risk reduction person, almost 35 years in disaster risk reduction domain, and I witnessed that how disaster management has transformed over past 2-3 decades. That initially we were just talking about the response and preparedness, but now we are very much risk management centric, we are very much adaptation centric, and this provides a great opportunity to promote nature-based solutions, ecosystem-centric solution, and ecosystem-centric solution which should not be considered as against development. That is very important, that we need to prove that these are not against development, these are pro-development. And the last point, this forum of 3 days, I think we can also come up with a framework. These 3 days are not enough to come up with a real solid vision plan, but at least a framework of a joint shared vision plan for ecosystem-centric, disaster-resilient, adaptive development promotion in the Meghna Basin. We have just started some initiative in Meghalaya. The government of Meghalaya in India, they requested us to undertake a strategic study, that is excellent research, that how nature-based solution can foster sustainable development, sustainably, not only for 3 years, 5 years, but on a long-term basis. And that will certainly include the issues of disaster risk, that will certainly include the issues of livelihood, issues of climate risk. So this kind of studies in different parts of the Meghna Basin, and also the different parts of the other basins, which case studies we can use for enriching the knowledge base or the case study support for the Meghna Basin management, I think would be useful. So with this, I would like to end and extend my best wishes for the successful deliberations over the next 3 days and coming up with the really important, strategic, and implementable solutions during this initiative. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. So now we are pleased, it's my pleasure to welcome our guest of honor, His Excellency Faiz Murshid Qazi, Ambassador of Bangladesh to the Kingdom of Thailand, to deliver his remarks.
Good morning, Sawasdee Krap. I am actually kind of a non-expert to talk about this issue, so I stand here with a high degree of hesitation. And our honorable advisor for both water resources and environment, forest and climate change, she has already spoken quite eloquently. So I'm not quite sure what I've got to add here, and I can see the audience that has been sitting here quite patiently is getting a bit restless. So please bear with me because I would have to start by pleading my ignorance that before getting the invitation for the Meghna Knowledge Forum, I honestly had no idea about this. But I should have had, because due to my previous assignment in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Bangladesh, I was quite actively involved with the preparations for the UN Water Conference in 2022. But even during that process, somehow the information about the work this Knowledge Forum is doing escaped my notice, and I kind of feel bad about that, and probably that's a request for IUCN to engage a bit more with the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, and that's what I pledge to do. I would take this information not just to my colleagues in the Foreign Ministry, but also to my colleagues based in New Delhi and Guwahati, and perhaps beyond, New York and Geneva as well, because they all need to be aware of the conversations that all these experts that you have convened for this multi-stakeholder dialogue, they should be aware of this as well. As our honorable advisor has said, this is not really a very auspicious time for water diplomacy. And this is not just unique to South Asia or the Asia-Pacific region. Not very far from here, we have the UN Convention Center, where in April, we had the annual session of UN SCAP. And there was one resolution that was adopted on transboundary water cooperation that was supposed to be the objective. It was focused mainly on glacier preservation and permafrost protection. But to our sheer disappointment, in the resolution, we could not even include the words transboundary water cooperation due to objections from a number of delegations, including, I must say, the sponsor delegation, the delegation that had tabled that very resolution. They objected to using the words transboundary water cooperation. So that is the context that we are operating within, and that's what we have to keep in mind when we engage in knowledge forums like this. I would very much like to see how much of the recommendations that emanated from the first knowledge forum in 2021 had been included in the policy-making process. That stock taking would extremely be useful as we move towards the next edition of the Knowledge Forum, so that people like us who are involved in policymaking or who perhaps try or pretend to contribute to policymaking, how we can take account of these recommendations and try to do and judge our own work as to how much we are actually adopting them as part of our work. At the UN Water Conference from the Bangladesh delegation, we talked about transboundary water cooperation, integrated water resources management, the source-to-sea approach, and all that. And we have seen that there have been a number of useful recommendations that also emanated from that conference. In that context, I think what the Honorable Advisor was saying, that Bangladesh, being the first country in South Asia to accede to the UN Water Convention, is certainly an important development. But one thing that I would like to just compliment with what she had said, that the reason we have done this is not to internationalize transboundary water-related issues. That is not the main objective. The first objective, of course, is to reiterate our commitment to the protection and sustainable use of international watercourses and lakes and aquifers. And the second objective is to base or underpin any of the bilateral or sub-regional processes that we are undertaking through these multilateral standards, norms, and laws. This is something Bangladesh has consistently done, a classic example of the way we had tried to resolve our maritime boundary disputes with our neighbors. And this is exactly the same approach that had motivated us to become a party to the UN Water Convention for the first time in South Asia. And since we are talking about water diplomacy, one of our jobs is, of course, to connect the various dots as well. And I'm sure all the experts here are aware that since 2021, there have been some significant developments in international norm-setting exercises as well. We are talking about biodiversity conservation, and we must refer to the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework that was adopted in 2022, or the WIPO Treaty on Intellectual Property, Genetic Resources, and Related Traditional Knowledge, which is also an instrument that came up after negotiations for 22 years. Why am I highlighting this particular treaty? Because we are talking about traditional knowledge, about the knowledge that our communities that are dependent on the river system, the traditional knowledge that they possess, the traditional knowledge that people like Saleha Chachi, they possess. We have to kind of preserve and protect that. And those kind of intellectual properties are something that we need to kind of value as we move forward. The focus of this knowledge forum is very much on climate resilience. And again, I think all speakers have talked about that. It is perhaps no surprise that the climate impact on the Meghna River basin is very much pronounced. That is evident through the fact that Sunamganj and Kishoreganj happen to be perhaps or one of the two most poverty-prone districts in Bangladesh. And there is definitely a reason for that. And I'm glad that people have talked about the Howard Development Master Plan or the work of the Howard Development Board that we have in Bangladesh. And this is one of the critical climate hotspots that we do have. And I think, again, the Honorable Advisor has rightly focused on that part of our ecosystem, which remains vulnerable, but at the same time, full of resources that can be utilized not just for the people of Bangladesh, but also for the broader region. Just last year, we had experienced a sudden flood in that part of the country near or around the Meghna River basin, which is not really a common occurrence. And these kind of erratic rainfalls and flash floods are becoming more and more manifest as we see climate impacts in that part of the world. And these are issues that we would definitely have to factor in. And in that context, I would agree that the communities dependent on these river systems, they have these ideas about nature-based solutions, and these are not necessarily new. In Bangladesh, when we talk about climate adaptation, we often highlight issues like the floating agricultural methods that have been practiced for centuries in the southern part of the country, or using palm trees as lightning rods. Lightning is becoming a new natural hazard for Bangladesh and probably for our neighboring areas as well. But we had always had these nature-based solutions, which do need to be strategized and scaled up, absolutely. Even Thailand had tried to support us with this unique product called vetiver grass. They had conducted a demonstration project where vetiver grass could be used to prevent mudslides or landslides. Again, a phenomenon that we often see in the southeastern part of Bangladesh. When we talk about Rohingya refugee camps, the issue of mudslides or landslides come up quite often, and maybe our experts should look at some of these nature-based solutions that we can borrow or replicate from neighboring areas like Thailand and Cambodia and others. And my last point, talking about Thailand, since I'm the ambassador based here, very happy that AIT has agreed to host this, and this is probably how we need to broaden the conversation beyond our immediate neighborhood. Of course, we need to have this conversation among Bangladesh, Myanmar, and India, which has the largest share of the Meghna River basin. But at the same time, other BIMSTEC member countries may also add important value to these dialogues and conversation. And as a member of the AIT Board of Trustees, I would very much welcome the idea of AIT getting involved in this process, especially with the research networks that we are contemplating and talking about. And most importantly, the Mekong River Commission, which is kind of a very important mechanism in this part of the world, in the ASEAN mainland, as they call it, and how the Mekong River Commission is operating and what kind of good practices that we can take from the Mekong River Commission to replicate in our context in South Asia is probably something that we would consider to be useful. So finally, it's a pleasure to see so many of our compatriots from Bangladesh flying in here. I do not know most of the faces personally, but it's a pleasure seeing you all, and also participants from our neighborhood and beyond. And we welcome very much the work that you are all collectively doing, the research and youth networks, complemented by private sector engagement that this forum is encouraging, that this forum is providing a platform for. This, as the concept note has said, would be crucial to build trust and confidence among policymakers, among negotiators, among water diplomats. And this is exactly what we would be expecting from all of you. And I could not agree more that through all these processes, we must keep in mind the human faces that are very much integral to all these conversations. People like, again, Saliha Chachi, who we should not forget, and whose everyday lived realities, lived concerns should be the uttermost, the utmost preoccupation for the 3-day conversation that you are having here. So once again, thanks to the organizers for inviting me here. And sorry I took a lot of time, but felt like sharing these and would be happy to come back to AIT anytime. In March, we attended the Delta Summit exactly here on this stage. And it's always a pleasure to see AIT convening us for these kind of gatherings. Thank you very much. Kapun Makhab.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thanks for highlighting some of the important points that we need to keep in mind while we take forward this MKF II, that what are the recommendations of MKF I, which has actually translated into actions on the ground, and similarly the recommendations of MKF II. When we have the recommendations, we have to see how we can translate it onto the ground. So thank you very much. And now it's our pleasure to announce that the Secretary General, His Excellency, Secretary General of BIMSTEC, His Excellency Indramani Pandey, he has sent a video message. He couldn't be here in person because of his other engagement, but he has sent a video message, and I would like to request IT team to play the video message for our participants. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants, namaskar. A very good morning to you all. I'm delighted to speak at Second Meghna Knowledge Forum, which is focused on theme, building community and ecosystem resilience to climate change. I'm grateful to International Union for Conservation of Nature, Asia Institute of Technology, South Asian University, and other partner organizations for inviting me to speak at the inaugural session of the forum. I regret not being able to join in person due to my other engagements. As you are aware, Meghna River Basin, one of the major river systems in South Asia, spans two BIMSTEC member states, Bangladesh and India. It is of vital importance to the region, not only due to its rich biodiversity and fertile floodplains, but also for critical ecosystem services it provides to millions of people, mainly in Bangladesh and northeastern India. It supports diverse livelihoods, agriculture, fisheries and inland transport, and plays a key role in groundwater recharge and flood regulation. It is highly vulnerable to adverse impacts of climate change. Sustainable management of Meghna River Basin, therefore, assumes a high importance. Convening of Second Meghna Knowledge Forum is thus both a timely and commendable initiative, serving as a platform for multi-stakeholder dialogue, knowledge exchange and collective action. Excellencies, distinguished participants, allow me to briefly outline BIMSTEC's role in advancing regional cooperation in Bay of Bengal. As the only regional organization bringing 5 countries, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal and Sri Lanka from South Asia, and 2 countries, Myanmar and Thailand from Southeast Asia, BIMSTEC provides a unique platform for regional cooperation to realize the goals of a secure, prosperous and developed Bay of Bengal. It has a comprehensive agenda encompassing 17 sectors and it has made steady progress since its inception in 1997 in establishing core and sectoral mechanisms comprising summits, ministerial meetings, senior officials meetings, national focal points, and numerous sectoral experts groups and working groups. It has its own charter and a vision document called BIMSTEC Bangkok Vision 2030. The instruments for forging regional cooperation under BIMSTEC include sectoral action plans and master plans, conventions, MOUs, as well as centers of excellence and external developmental partnerships. The 6th BIMSTEC Summit, held in Bangkok in April 2025, marked a significant milestone in our journey. Beyond adoption of a comprehensive summit declaration, BIMSTEC leaders also adopted BIMSTEC Bangkok Vision 2030, outlining a clear roadmap for a prosperous, resilient, and open BIMSTEC. Expanding our external engagements, BIMSTEC signed Memoranda of Understanding with the UN Office on Drugs and Crime and Indian Ocean Rim Association. A landmark BIMSTEC Maritime Transport Cooperation Agreement was signed at the summit, aimed at enhancing maritime connectivity amongst the member states, including cooperation amongst the ports in Bay of Bengal. Excellencies, distinguished participants, allow me to briefly outline the progress that we have made under BIMSTEC in sectors which are relevant to theme of this forum and which will benefit Meghna River Basin, such as environment and climate change, energy, disaster management, agriculture, and fisheries sectors. At the 6th BIMSTEC Summit, leaders endorsed BIMSTEC Plan of Action on Environment and Climate Change, which focuses on three key areas: biodiversity, waste management, and climate change. To address the challenge of climate mitigation, BIMSTEC member states have prioritized transition to green energy. BIMSTEC has adopted a plan of action for energy cooperation. A BIMSTEC Great Interconnection Master Plan is under discussion. BIMSTEC is also in the process of finalizing BIMSTEC policies for transmission of electricity, trade and exchange of electricity, and tariff mechanisms. 2 BIMSTEC centers further support our regional climate action. BIMSTEC Center for Weather and Climate in Noida, India, provides critical weather forecasts and early warning services, while BIMSTEC Energy Center in Bangalore, India, promotes cooperation in renewable energy and energy efficiency. In agriculture sector too, there is focus on making agriculture-related sectors climate resilient and environmentally sustainable. As regards adaptation to climate change, including management of disasters, BIMSTEC Expert Group on Disaster Management is in the process of finalizing a plan of action to improve preparedness and coordination for responding to natural disasters in our member states. 4 rounds of BIMSTEC disaster management exercises have been held. Further, India has offered to establish a BIMSTEC disaster management center which will strengthen the capacity of the member states to respond in a coordinated manner to climate-induced natural disasters. With a view to leveraging their knowledge, resources, expertise, and programs for enhancing regional cooperation under BIMSTEC for climate action, BIMSTEC has been actively engaged with relevant international and regional organizations which are engaged with global and regional climate action, such as United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, UN Women, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, Asian Disaster Preparedness Center, International Solar Alliance, and World Meteorological Organization. We are also in discussion with International Union for Conservation of Nature to foster collaboration in areas of mutual interest. We are open to explore opportunities for cooperation with other interested organizations to work together on shared goals for the benefit of our member states. Excellencies, distinguished participants, I am glad that second Meghna Knowledge Forum has scheduled a number of enriching panel discussions, and it features exhibitions with photo stories, posters, and knowledge booth, youth forum and side events. I'm confident that this forum will offer valuable ideas, insights and recommendations that will meaningfully contribute to building community and ecosystem resilience in Meghna Basin. It also provides opportunities for forging partnerships amongst various stakeholders participating at this forum. I would like to conclude by reiterating that BIMSTEC remains committed to forging cooperation to deal with environmental and climate change challenges. We are open to forging partnerships aimed at taking tangible steps towards sustainable and climate resilient development. I thank once again International Union for Conservation of Nature, Asian Institute of Technology, South Asian University, and other organizers for inviting BIMSTEC to participate at second Meghna Knowledge Forum and giving me this opportunity to share my perspectives with you all. I wish the forum every success in its endeavors. I thank you for your kind attention and wish you all a successful forum. Enjoyful stay in Bangkok. Namaskar.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I would also like to mention that Mr. Shewang Dorji, Director, Environment and Climate Change of BIMSTEC, is here representing the Secretary General. Thank you very much, sir. So as we come close to the inaugural session, may I now request Mr. Rakibul Amin, Head of Program Science and Strategy Group, IUCN Asia, to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Niladri. By the time the vote of thanks rolls out, most of the things has already been said and speakers have thanked each other, and the contributors for the Meghna Knowledge Forum has been mentioned several times. But the tradition insists that I say it again, but with more, more gratefully. So first and foremost, our sincere thanks to our distinguished guests on the panel and who participated online. Let me recognize again the contribution of Honorable Advisor, Mrs. Saida Rizwana Hassan, Dr. Pai Chi Lee, President of AIT, and also our esteemed convener, His Excellency Indramani Pandey, Secretary General of BIMSTEC, His Excellency Fayaz Murshid Qazi, Ambassador of Bangladesh to the Kingdom of Thailand, Dr. Anil Gupta, Dr. Meda Besit, her institution, South Asian University, is also our esteemed co-convener for this Meghna Knowledge Forum. Mr. John Samuel, Dr. Dindo Kampilan, and last but not the least, Dr. Indrajit Paul from AIT. And together with Indrajit, I must also recognize the contribution of Ayush Baskota. Both of them has done the heavy lifting for organizing this Meghna Knowledge Forum. And our sincere thanks to our donor, the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation through the Bridge Program, and the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency through the TROSA program, which is administered by Oxfam. A special thanks to our technical partner, BUET and CGIS from Bangladesh, and Northeastern Hill University from India for their valuable support. And we also recognize our contribution of our media partner, Center for Science from India, and the Business Standards from Bangladesh. We are grateful to our youth partners, Bangladesh Youth Environmental Initiative, Make a Team, and Youth for Meghna Network. They are the, I would say, the energy of this MKF. And finally, to our knowledge partners, Asian Confluence, Associated Chamber of Commerce and Industry from India, Balipara Foundation, Center for Natural Resources, Northeastern Affected Area Development Society, the Green Trial Law Group, the Stockholm Environmental Institute, CARTS International. Thank you for your expertise and the collaboration you have been doing together. And lastly, I must also thank my colleagues, Vishwa, Niladri, and many others from our Asia Regional Office who has contributed and worked day and night to make it as a success. And all the technical staff that you are seeing working behind tirelessly for this and will be working for the next 3 days. With that, let me conclude this session. Thank you very much. Niladri, any housekeeping announcement?
Thank you very much, Mr. Rakibul. So now we come to the close of the inaugural session, and I will now hand it over to Ms. Ariada MacDonald, Communications Officer of IUCN Asia, to launch the MKF exhibition, the group photo, and also request you to enjoy a cup of tea and coffee while you enjoy the exhibition. Over to you, Ariela.
Thank you. So as already mentioned by some of my colleagues this morning, we really envision this forum to be a lively 3 days. And as part of that, we have organized an exhibition space that you might have already seen on your way in, just across from the registration desk in the hall out there. So where we encourage you to explore this space where you can see that our partners have set up booths. We have 7 partners who are showcasing posters, brochures, and products that reflect some of their incredible work to protect biodiversity and communities living along the Barak-Meghna River basin. These exhibitions were designed in line with the 3 themes of the forum, which focused on strengthening community livelihoods resilience, ecosystem and biodiversity protection for addressing societal challenges, as well as youth and gender inclusion in the conservation of the Barak-Meghna River basin. So when you go outside, you will see the booths set up from 1 to 8, and those are hosted by the following partners, the first being Bangladesh Youth Environment Initiative, the second being Balipara Foundation, the third being Center for Natural Resource Studies. We also have Hargila Army and Aranyak, and then on the other side, find the booths for Oxfam, our Northeast Affected Area Development Society, also known as NEEDS, as well as Stockholm Environment Institute, SEI. So in addition to the booths, we also have 2 wetland spotlights set up by members of the IUCN Youth for Meghna Network. And these are filled with wonderful pictures from their recent field visit to the selected sites in India and Bangladesh in the Barak-Meghna River basin. And in front of that exhibition space, there's a screen that's showing 2 documentaries created by the Youth for Meghna group. So please make sure you stop by and watch their documentary as well. And we also have various films from our partners showing on that screen throughout the forum. So definitely observe some of those as you're walking through the exhibition. So that's the space that we have prepared for you. Please make sure you spend some time in the next, I think we have just over 45 minutes to explore the exhibition. And before we go into that, I would like to invite everyone up on stage for the group picture on this stage, and then after that, you are all invited to explore the exhibition outside.
जगह आपका समझ लीजिए पतरकंदी, नीलम बाजार, पाटोया और उसके बाद हो गया अनीपुर, दुलभचोड़ा, इसी साइड से जाते हैं।
फिर क्या कंस्ट्रक्शन में ही जाता है कि लोग बेचते भी हैं?
कंस्ट्रक्शन में भी जाते हैं और कुछ आदमी लोग तो बेचते भी है। देखो खुद का जमीन का जो है तो क्या करेंगे, जमीन पड़ा हुआ है तो वहाँ से मिट्टी दूसरे आदमी को देते हैं।
ये गवर्नमेंट लोग रोकता नहीं है? ये तो इलीगल है ना क्योंकि?
हाँ इलीगल है लेकिन कोई तो बोलता नहीं, क्या करें।
We drove daily from the river.
Okay, when does this happen?
River or water, huh?
When does this happen?
Every village, according to the system, every village has to have their own village level, that we call it Naya Harabo, huh?
Understood.
Naya means God, Harabo means festival. Festival of God. We do that, and that narrative will come in this film, not film, it's like story video. So Oxfam has supported very less money, but we believe in less money. We don't believe in less money.
How this water hyacinth, is growing into different trophic conditions. Because we always see in a field condition, right? But in controlled condition also there is different type of parameters we can see. Because it is controlled by yourself. And the nutrient also that I have made, that is known as Hogland nutrition.
So that's like a mixture of nitrates and phosphates?
Yeah, it includes nitrate and phosphate, but I have changed them when I have converted them into trophic condition.
Got it.
Hogland solution is only because for the growth. For the growth we give that solution into the system. Because in in field condition what happens, they get naturally the nutrient. But in control experiment you have to give the nutrient to the plant to grow. community আছে মণিপুরি আছে আর বাঙালি মুসলিম আছে আচ্ছা এখানে যখন এই যে ঠান্ডার টাইমে হ্যাঁ পারে কি এখানে চাষ করে নাকি এখানে হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা আর জল কতখানি উঠে মানে এমনি যখন বৃষ্টির টাইমে কি কাজ তোমাদের
একটু জাল বসাই অল্প অল্প মাছ ধরে
আচ্ছা তোমাদের ওইখানে কি ওই যে লিজ যে আছে ওইখানে তো যেতে পারতা না
না এদিকে যাওয়ার মানে সিস্টেম মানে যাওয়া যায় একটু মানে যাওয়া মানে ওইলে মানে
ওইখানে গেলে মাছ মারতে দেয়
হ্যাঁ মাছ তো মারতে দেয় ঠিক আছে
আচ্ছা তোমরা খালি মাছই মারো এখানে
এইখানে চাকরি নাই তো মাছই মারে বেশি ওটাও বেশি ব্যবসা হয়
For centuries, rural and indigenous communities in the Meghna Basin have lived in harmony with nature. Many of the nature-based solutions approaches are apparent in their daily life. NBS can provide approximately 30% of the cost-effective mitigation needed to stabilize global warming to below 2 degrees Celsius by 2030. The Meghna River Basin is shared by Bangladesh and India. It hosts a vibrant cultural and natural heritage. During the dry season, 84% of the land in the Indian part is forested, while 66% of the land in Bangladesh is cropland. It is estimated that more than 50 million people in the northeastern part of India and Bangladesh are highly dependent on the ecosystem services provided by the basin, including indigenous forest-dependent communities such as Chakpa, Garo, Jointa and Khasi.
আমরা বসবাস করছি হচ্ছে বনের সাথে জীবিকা নির্বাহের আয় উৎস হলো বন
Main occupation of our Chakpa community is agriculture and hunting and collecting firewood and collecting threads from the hill and rearing cattle.
These ecosystem services provided by the basin come through the provision of fisheries, forestry, agriculture, navigation, and tourism. Climate change, overexploitation of natural resources, and lack of sustained conservation of forests and wetlands has been contributing to the degradation of forests, wetlands, and ecosystem services. Rural communities in the Meghna Basin are applying NBS. The stories to follow are from different locations in the Meghna Basin. In the northern part of the Meghna Basin lies Meghalaya. The indigenous communities traditionally practice area-based conservation strategy for the protection of forest and fish biodiversity. The state has numerous sacred groves and Mashir sanctuary.
This is a very sacred place. If you are doing it for any commercial purpose, it will not be acceptable. Guidance from the spirit that is guided by the divinity. Something like that, you know.
The local people believe that their deities live in this forest. Therefore, they have been performing different rituals to please their gods, who, in return, are believed to protect their villages from bad omens or any suffering.
All our conservation efforts are linked with our
history,
historical
culture,
significance,
history,
and
culture, and belief system.
Less people researching on this and practicing it, we have the danger of losing it. Now we are trying to bring back this.
There are 125 sacred groves in Meghalaya. These forests, with areas ranging from 0.01 to 900 hectares, are unique features of the state. 90% of the forests in Meghalaya are managed by indigenous communities through local institutional arrangements and customary traditions. Chocolate mashir, or Numisoculus hexagonolipes, once was bountiful in rivers and streams of the Singson River Basin. Excessive fishing and habitat degradation impacted the mashir population. The local communities started conserving small areas and stretches of rivers to protect the breeding sites of mashir.
Kusak kama dugo pa awa sai tan ko dami kana soli pagan ni soni nam ka dinai ko khamyo.
Particular sanctuary is managed by the community itself. Whoever is here in this akeng, they are responsible for the preservation of this sanctuary.
Similar efforts are also underway in the Mintu River Basin, where some of the fish sanctuaries were created with the effort of the NGOs and supported by government bodies.
I think now it's more than 6-7 years as a sanctuary. They call it Golden Flower Sanctuaries. This is a requirement to do. So many people also in the village, they follow up. So many tourists is coming, but no fishing is allowed.
Further southeast in the basin is the Phayang village of Imphal district in Manipur.
We have so many secret places also inside the forest, but however, before 1950s, forest is destroyed by our villagers because of some dispute among the villagers. After that, we facing the consequence of deforestation.
The deforestation had impacted the communities badly, causing a lack of water in the river Meklang, affecting their irrigation and drinking water sources. The villagers realized they must rejuvenate the forest at any cost for their survival and formed a 60-member forest protection committee.
No one can enter without permission from our committee. Every day, 4 members from the committee protecting the forest.
This effort, along with the customs of the sacred grove, made way for the restoration of forests. Later, the villagers received government funding and institutional support to strengthen the protection and management of sacred groves around the Phayang village and to make the village carbon neutral. Now the village absorbs more carbon than it produces, earning the reputation of the first carbon-positive settlement in India. The village also has an indigenous knowledge center. The government of Manipur is trying to spread this practice to other villages too.
We are just trying to have a very good practice to replicate to other villages. That was our objective. That's why we take the village itself as a model village to bring down a very much neutral carbon as well as if possible positive carbon.
Near Phayang, the people of Wahong also directly depend on forests and their ecosystem services. They also realize the importance of conserving forests by applying the traditional approach of creating sacred groves.
우게 production khara u kaklaga yonthokraga khara lebeni aduga umang asida lawge chinglaw uraga koi hengraga leijabani
khwaidagi important oiba haiba taragadi aikhoigi umang yokhatpa sina khwaidagi isingi damakta essential oiba fajaba.
In northeastern Bangladesh, across the border, Tangwar Haur is one of the listed Ramsar sites of international importance and rich in biodiversity. During the monsoon, it remains entirely underwater, while in dry seasons, water covers only about 25 to 30% of the area. More than 40,000 people living inside Tangwar Haur primarily depend on wetland-based fisheries and agriculture.
ধরুন বর্ষাকালে ফসল উঠলে হরে তো আর আমরা কোনো কাজ করব না বিলের আশেপাশে যখন আছি যদি আমরা এখানে মাছ না ধরতাম আমরা এখানে বসবাস করে আমরা থাকতে পারতাম না
In the past, local villagers were denied access to the wetlands. The wetlands were controlled by the elite and powerful. The government policy of leasing wetlands for the fishery to the highest bidder further favored the elite. With profit-making at the core, this policy contributed to the overexploitation of wetlands and degradation of the ecosystem services.
ইজারাদার ছিল আমরা মাছ মারা যাইতে পারতাম না আমরা বাড়িতে নামলেই
আর ফারাদার রাখতো খুব শক্তিশালী, আমরা চাইলে মাছ দূর করতো।
তারা ইচ্ছা মতো মাছ মারে, আর এই এলাকার মানুষকে মাছ ধরার কোনো সুযোগ সুবিধা দিত না।
This elite capture resulted in the degradation of biodiversity and a decline of resources, putting the livelihood of local people in jeopardy. After the announcement of the Ramsar site in 2000, IUCN and partners helped establish an alternative and more inclusive management system in Tangwar Haur.
IUCN আইয়া আমরা সংগঠিত হলো হাওরমুখী 41টা গ্রামকে তারা সমবায় গ্রাম ভিত্তি নিবন্ধন রেজিস্টার দিয়েছে।
41টা গ্রাম নিয়ে এরা কমিটি তৈরি করছে। এই 41টা তদারকির জন্য টাঙ্গাইলে আমরা এটা কাজ করি, কমিটি কাজ করি।
এই সময় বিল টেন্ডার হয়ে যায়, আমরা বিল টেন্ডার দিয়ে মৎস্যজীবী কাজ যত জনের আছে প্রত্যেকেই মাছ মারি।
This process restored local people's right to fishing, controlled excessive fishing, and helped create and protect fish conservation areas. Nature-based solutions also find resonance with government policies in the Meghna River basin. One great example is the return of Hilsha as a result of national-level policy intervention. Around 2 million people in Bangladesh are now involved in Hilsha netting, processing, and marketing. It contributes about 1% to the GDP of the country. Excessive fishing due to high demand led to a decrease in the Hilsha population, threatening the livelihood of fishers dependent on it.
যখন অভিযান ছিল না তখন মাছ ছিল না, তো আমরা সব মাছ ধরে নিতাম, মাইলিশও ধরতাম এবং এই জাটকা ধরতাম।
2002-03 অর্থ বছর ইলিশের উৎপাদন 2 লক্ষ মেট্রিক টনের নিচে নেমে যায়। এটা একটা সংকটাপন্ন অবস্থার সৃষ্টি। সরকার 2003-04 সালে হিলসা ম্যানেজমেন্ট প্ল্যান অ্যাডপ্ট করে। সকল অংশীজনকে অংশগ্রহণ নিশ্চিত করার মাধ্যমে আমাদের বর্তমান উৎপাদন একটা কাঙ্ক্ষিত পর্যায়ে পৌঁছে যায়।
The government established Hilsha sanctuaries to protect Mother Hilsha and introduced a seasonal ban period for uninterrupted breeding and growth of juvenile Hilsha. According to the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock, Hilsha production jumped from 299,000 tons in 2008-09 to 565,000 tons in 2020-21. The return of Hilsha to the Meghna River and other parts of Bangladesh is proof of what government policy initiatives can do to conserve nature and protect people's livelihood. The scenario is not the same everywhere though. The Kashi communities in this region depend on the resources from the forest.
বন হুমকি মানেই হচ্ছে আদিবাসীদের হুমকি, আর বন যদি না থাকে তাহলে খাসিরাও কিন্তু সেখানে টিকবে না।
They have traditionally been cultivating betel leaves for generations. This cultivation system requires forests as the creeping beetles are grown on the other tree species.
Ite tini pathai bo ai sar te kai ne hin klem sar klem ni ap im mana mieg ni na koi chhattu ge chot.
আমাদের বিশ্বাস যে প্রকৃতি নির্ভর কখনোই মানুষের অকল্যাণ নিয়ে আসতে পারে না।
But the Khasi communities living in Jaflong face a crisis due to excessive mining in the Pine River that caused erosion of their cultivable lands. Dust particles produced from quarrying activities and vehicular movement also severely affected their livelihood.
বিগত দিনে কিন্তু এই পাথর উত্তোলনের কারণে কিন্তু এই নদীটা এলোমেলো হয়ে গেছে।
However, protests from the villagers and demonstrations from environmentalists have led the government bodies to postpone mining in the area, but the community still awaits a complete ban.
এই যে বালু উত্তোলন, পাথর উত্তোলন হচ্ছে না, এটা কিন্তু তাদের মন মানসিকতা, শুধু আমার নিজের কথা চিন্তা করে, কিন্তু এখান থেকে উঠে আসতে হবে আমাদেরকে। আমি প্রকৃতি আমার জন্য, এরকম চিন্তা ভাবনা করে আমরা যখন প্রকৃতির যত্ন নিব, এটা অটোমেটিকলি পুরা বিশ্বের জন্য প্রভাব ফেলবে।
have to listen to our rivers.
The Meghna is still in the virgin situation.
We have to keep the river alive.
Being politically correct in today's world and in tomorrow's world has to be being ecologically correct.
A learning exchange platform attended by more than 100 participants each day on themes linked to transboundary cooperation, climate change, community inclusion, and youth engagement.
Can we reverse climate change?
The climate change scenario is actually telling us more and more that we should be moving for integrated management.
Mining and quarrying are disturbing water flows, aquatic biodiversity, wetland, and river ecosystem.
Where there is a forest, there is scarcity.
People in Northeast, they are economically very poor. They live with the very basic necessity of life, just surviving.
Culturally, we are showing our back to the river.
How we can involve the youth into river.
Spanning over 3 days and several sessions in each day, the forum laid the foundation of a multi-stakeholder knowledge exchange platform for the inclusive management of the Meghna River Basin.
Knowledge Forum এর উদ্বোধনী আয়োজনে তারা বলেছেন ভারত বাংলাদেশের উচিত মেঘনা নদী ব্যবস্থাপনাকে সম্পূর্ণ
Meghna Knowledge Forum 2021 is the biggest collaborative effort on highlighting the issues of the Meghna River Basin.
This Meghna Knowledge Forum is a very timely initiative.
MKF is a notable model for us in providing a learning exchange platform on transboundary water governance issues.
The main objective of this forum is to address water governance challenges in the Meghna Basin.
It is great to see that knowledge, evidence, and interest that we have generated are coming together in this knowledge forum.
Participants and speakers shared a number of key messages around the need to move from cooperation to solve issues to cooperation for enhancing joint benefits.
Very diverse elevations, very diverse precipitation patterns. On one side are the hills of Cherrapunji, on one side are the Haors, the Tangar Haor, the Rater Gul, and of course the magnificent waterfalls which cascade down, offering various opportunities and challenges.
90% of the forest cover which falls in Indian part is still protected. There are around 3,128 species of flowering plants. Haors in number is 373, and these are the habitat of different kind of aquatic spaces. 200 wetland plants, 257 birds, 11 amphibian, 29 mammals, and 40 reptiles. In every local village areas, they do have some sort of knowledge which they hand over from generation to generation. There are certain do's and don'ts, and the community has their own varied roles to play to protect nature. It has been happening. Any project which is started by the community, facilitated by the government, do survive more.
MKF highlighted the need for more data on water quality, climate change impacts and adaptation, and the benefits of traditional forestry versus social forestry.
I don't see any reason why water quality and water flow data cannot be shared.
At secretary level meeting, we are exchanging data, sharing and talking and trying to figure out one holistic approach, coordinated efforts from both the countries. We have agreed already.
15 sites where we used to take the observations of the water quality and gauge and discharge for further analysis and for further making reports. The data may be an essential input in devising water sharing mechanism between India and Bangladesh.
And then we also have an increase in the rainfall, the pattern that is going to be happen mostly in the central plateau, which is more or less close to the Meghna Basin.
Per 10 years, the temperature increase for this region
Just from 0.23 degree to 0.26. Climate change is evident from this data. Many of the plants and animals may not adapt to such changes.
The June cycle of these shifting cultivation has greatly reduced due to the increase in population, and the absence of forest cover has resulted in the topsoil being washed away. People now have started looking for other alternatives and livelihood.
I'm sure we can show that social forestry has less value compared to the natural forestry, right? A parallel valuation study compared to the GDP study need to happen and then show that how actually the country is richer if this is preserved.
Promoting inclusive water governance and integrated management of the Meghna Basin was one of the key issues discussed in the forum.
Build cooperation model between communities, between NGOs, between academics, between think tanks, between journalists, between media houses, to build an ecosystem, to build pressure from the bottom, where governments both find it easier and find it an imperative to cooperate better.
We are building that community level professionals who can actually understand this natural resource management, understand the water management.
The framework agreement of the cooperation for two countries in September 2011, where in the Article 6, it is categorically mentioned that the parties, both the countries, should collaborate on the projects of the mutual interest of the preserved common ecosystem.
The forum highlighted the importance of regional cooperation for enhancing mutual benefits in the Meghna Basin area.
Cooperation between India's Northeast and Bangladesh together can really change the face of the entire Eastern South Asian region.
Water always is not necessarily taken to New Delhi or Dhaka. It is the basin states whose developmental goals and aspirations and trends and water needs need to be taken care of.
Building trust and bringing new issues that can be strengthen our cooperation, like tourism.
Here also an opportunity to bring more women entrepreneurs into this cross-border trade. If we can do this cross-border trade by using all this river in the northeastern region.
Meghna Basin, particularly once you go into the Kushiara, there's a lot of siltation which is happening. Deforestation is the primary reason for the siltation, and we have to have a long-term vision for afforesting the basin areas which cause this siltation.
MKF is a great beginning. It opened the door for a series of dialogues at basin and national levels, designing a roadmap for the integrated management of the Meghna Basin based on nature-based solutions.
How we look at nature-based solutions, how we look at understanding the capital resources, the natural resources that we have in nature. I think these things are going to be very, very important.
It is very important to study this, to know this for our future generation, and lay down guidelines on how to be with nature, how to respect nature, and how to live in harmony with nature.
Meghna Basin must need transboundary approach. Without the collaboration of the relevant Indian states and Bangladesh, our adaptation will not sustain.
And the very basis of our common to our policies in every aspect, where do we go for regional cooperation?
There's no option but cooperating to turn the Meghna region into a vibrant economy
respectful of people's rights and culture.
श्रीभूमि और बड़कला में।
श्रीभूमि तो पूरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट हो गया। आप एक चीज जगह बताइए ना।
जगह आपका समझ लीजिए पतरगंदी, नीलम बाजार, बाटोइया और उसके बाद हो गया अनीपुर, दुलकचोड़ा, इसी साइड से जाते हैं।
फिर क्या कंस्ट्रक्शन में ही जाता है कि लोग बेचते भी हैं?
कंस्ट्रक्शन में भी जाते हैं और कुछ आदमी लोग तो बेचते भी है। देखो खुद का जमीन का जो है तो क्या करेंगे, जमीन पड़ा हुआ है तो वहाँ से मिट्टी दूसरे आदमी को देते हैं।
ये गवर्नमेंट लोग रोकता नहीं है? ये तो इलीगल है ना, क्योंकि
हाँ इलीगल है लेकिन कोई तो बोलता नहीं, क्या करें।
We drove daily from the river.
Okay, when does this happen?
River or water, huh?
When does this happen?
Every village, according to the system, every village has to have their own village level, that we call it Naya, huh?
Understood.
Naya means God, Harava means festival.
Okay.
Festival of God. We do that, and that narrative will come in this film, not film, it's like story video. Okay. So Oxfam has supported very less money, but we believe in less money. We don't believe in less money.
Okay. How this water hyacinth, is growing into different trophic conditions. Because we always see in a field condition, right? But in controlled condition also there is different type of parameters we can see. Because it is controlled by yourself. And the nutrient also that I have made, that is known as Hogland nutrition.
So that's like a mixture of nitrates and phosphates?
Yeah, it includes nitrate and phosphate, but I have changed them when I have converted them into trophic condition.
Got it.
Hogland solution is only because for the growth. For the growth we give that solution into the system. Because in in field condition what happens, they get naturally the nutrient. But in control experiment you have to give the nutrient to the plant to grow. মণিপুরি আছে আর বাঙালি মুসলিম আছে। আচ্ছা এখানে যখন এই যে ঠান্ডার টাইমে হ্যাঁ পারে কি এখানে চাষ করে নাকি? আচ্ছা আর জল কতখানি উঠে মানে এমনি যখন বৃষ্টির টাইমে? কি কাজ তোমাদের?
একটু জাল বসাই অল্প অল্প মাছ ধরে।
আচ্ছা তোমাদের ওইখানে কি ওই যে ব্রিজ যে আছে ওইখানে তো যেতে পারতা না?
না এদিকে যাওয়ার মানে মানে যাওয়া যায় একটু মানে যাওয়া মানে ওইলে মানে
ওইখানে গেলে মাছ মারতে দেয়?
হ্যাঁ মাছ তো মারতে দেয়, ঠিক আছে।
আচ্ছা তোমরা খালি মাছই মারো এখানে?
এইখানে চাকরি নাই তো মাছই মারে বেশি, ওটাও বেশি ব্যবসা হয়।
For centuries, rural and indigenous communities in the Meghna Basin have lived in harmony with nature. Many of the nature-based solutions approaches are apparent in their daily life. Indians can provide approximately 30% of the cost-effective mitigation needed to stabilize global warming to below 2 degrees Celsius by 2030. The Meghna River Basin is shared by Bangladesh and India. It hosts a vibrant cultural and natural heritage. During the dry season, 84% of the land in the Indian part is forested, while 66% of the land in Bangladesh is cropland. It is estimated that more than 50 million people in the northeastern part of India and Bangladesh are highly dependent on the ecosystem services provided by the basin, including indigenous forest-dependent communities such as Chakpa, Garo, Jointa and Khasi.
আমরা বসবাস করছি হচ্ছে বনের সাথে জীবিকা নির্বাহের আয় উৎস হলো বন
Main occupation of our Chakpa community is agriculture and hunting and collecting firewood and collecting things from the hill and the rearing cattle.
These ecosystem services provided by the basin come through the provision of fisheries, forestry, agriculture, navigation, and tourism. Climate change, overexploitation of natural resources, and lack of sustained conservation of forests and wetlands has been contributing to the degradation of forests, wetlands, and ecosystem services. Rural communities in the Meghna Basin are applying NBS. The stories to follow are from different locations in the Meghna Basin. In the northern part of the Meghna Basin lies Meghalaya. The indigenous communities traditionally practice area-based conservation strategy for the protection of forest and fish biodiversity. The state has numerous sacred groves and Mashir sanctuary.
This is a very sacred place. If you are doing it for any commercial purpose, it will not be acceptable. Guidance from the spirit that is guided by the divinity. Something like that, you know.
The local people believe that their deities live in this forest. Therefore, they have been performing different rituals to please their gods, who, in return, are believed to protect their villages from bad omens or any suffering.
All our conservation efforts are linked with our historical
culture,
significance,
history,
and
culture and belief system.
Less people researching on this and practicing it, we have the danger of losing it. Now we are trying to bring back this.
There are 125 sacred groves in Meghalaya. These forests, with areas ranging from 0.01 to 900 hectares, are unique features of the state. 90% of the forests in Meghalaya are managed by indigenous communities through local institutional arrangements and customary traditions. Chocolate mashir, or Neosucculus hexagonolipes, once was bountiful in rivers and streams of the Singson River basin. Excessive fishing and habitat degradation impacted the mashir population. The local communities started conserving small areas and stretches of rivers to protect the breeding sites of mashir.
Particular sanctuary is managed by the community itself. Whoever is here in this akang, they are responsible for the preservation of this sanctuary.
Similar efforts are also underway in the Mintu River Basin, where some of the fish sanctuaries were created with the effort of the NGOs and supported by government bodies.
I think now it's more than 6-7 years as a sanctuary. They call it golden flower sanctuaries. This is a requirement to do. So many people also in the village, they follow up. So many tourists is coming, but no fishing is allowed.
Further southeast in the basin is the Phayang village of Imphal district in Manipur.
We have so many secret places also inside the forest, but however, before 1950s, forest is destroyed by our villagers because of some dispute among the villagers. After that, we facing the consequence of deforestation.
The deforestation had impacted the communities badly, causing a lack of water in the river Maklang, affecting their irrigation and drinking water sources. The villagers realized they must rejuvenate the forest at any cost for their survival, and formed a 60-member Forest Protection Committee.
No one can enter without permission from our committee. Every day, 4 members from the committee protecting the forest.
This effort, along with the customs of the sacred grove, made way for the restoration of forests. Later, the villagers received government funding and institutional support to strengthen the protection and management of sacred groves around the Feng village and to make the village carbon neutral. Now the village absorbs more carbon than it produces, earning the reputation of the first carbon positive settlement in India. The village also has an indigenous knowledge center. The government of Manipur is trying to spread this practice to other villages too.
We are just trying to have a very good practice to replicate to other villages. That was our objective. That's why we take the village itself as a model village to bring down a very much neutral carbon as well as if possible positive carbon.
Near Faying, the people of Wahong also directly depend on forests and their ecosystem services. They also realize the importance of conserving forests by applying the traditional approach of creating sacred groves.
우게 production khara u kaklaga yonthораga khara lebini aduga umang asida lawge chinglaw uraga koi hengraga leijabani
khwaidagi important oiba haiba taragadi aikhoigi umang yokhatpa sina khwaidagi isingi damakta essential oiba ajaba.
In northeastern Bangladesh, across the border, Tangwar Haur is one of the listed Ramsar sites of international importance and rich in biodiversity. During the monsoon, it remains entirely underwater, while in dry seasons, water covers only about 25 to 30% of the area. More than 40,000 people living inside Tangwar Haur primarily depend on wetland-based fisheries and agriculture.
ধরুন বর্ষাকালে ফসল উঠলে হরে তো আর আমরা কোনো কাজ করব না বিলের আশেপাশে যখন আছি যদি আমরা এখানে মাছ না ধরতাম আমরা এখানে বসবাস করে আমরা থাকতে পারতাম না.
In the past, local villagers were denied access to the wetlands. The wetlands were controlled by the elite and powerful. The government policy of leasing wetlands for the fishery to the highest bidder further favored the elite. With profit-making at the core, this policy contributed to the overexploitation of wetlands and degradation of the ecosystem services.
ইজারাদার ছিল আমরা মাছ মারা যাইতে পারতাম না আমরা বাড়িতে নামলেই আর ফারাদার রাখতো খুব শক্তিশালী আমরা যাইলে মাছ দূর করতো
তারা ইচ্ছা মতো মাছ মারে আর এই এলাকার মানুষকে মাছ ধরার কোনো সুযোগ সুবিধা দিত না.
This elite capture resulted in the degradation of biodiversity and a decline of resources, putting the livelihood of local people in jeopardy. After the announcement of the Ramsar site in 2000,
we have to listen to our rivers.
The Meghna is still in the virgin situation.
We have to keep the river alive.
Being politically correct in today's world and in tomorrow's world has to be being ecologically correct.
A learning exchange platform attended by more than 100 participants each day on themes linked to transboundary cooperation, climate change, community inclusion, and youth engagement.
Can we reverse climate change?
The climate change scenario is actually telling us more and more that we should be moving for integrated management.
Mining and quarrying are
disturbing water flows, aquatic biodiversity, wetland, and river ecosystem.
Where there is a forest, there is castle.
People in Northeast, they are economically very poor. They live with the very basic necessity of life, just surviving.
Culturally, we are showing our back to the river.
How we can involve the youth into river.
Spanning over 3 days and several sessions in each day, the forum laid the foundation of a multi-stakeholder knowledge exchange platform for the inclusive management of the Meghna River Basin.
Knowledge Forum এর উদ্বোধনী আয়োজনে তারা বলেছেন ভারত বাংলাদেশের উচিত মেঘনা নদী ব্যবস্থাপনাকে
Meghna Knowledge Forum 2021 is the biggest collaborative effort on highlighting the issues of the Meghna River Basin.
This Meghna Knowledge Forum is a very timely initiative.
MKF is a notable model for us in providing a learning exchange platform on transboundary water governance issues.
The main objective of this forum is to address water governance challenges in the Meghna Basin.
It is great to see that knowledge, evidence, and interest that we have generated are coming together in this knowledge forum.
Participants and speakers shared a number of key messages around the need to move from cooperation to solve issues to cooperation for enhancing joint benefits.
Very diverse elevations, very diverse precipitation patterns. On one side are the hills of Cherrapunji, on one side are the Haors, the Tangar Haor, the Rater Gul, and of course the magnificent waterfalls which cascade down, offering various opportunities and challenges.
90% of the forest cover which falls in Indian part is still protected. There are around 3,128 species of flowering plants.
Haors in number is 373, and these are the habitat of different kind of aquatic spaces. 200 wetland plants, 257 birds, 11 amphibian, 29 mammals, and 40 reptiles.
In every local village areas, they do have some sort of knowledge which they hand over from generation to generation. There are certain do's and don'ts, and the community has their own varied roles to play to protect nature. It has been happening. Any project which is started by the community, facilitated by the government, do survive more.
MKF highlighted the need for more data on water quality, climate change impacts and adaptation, and the benefits of traditional forestry versus social forestry.
I don't see any reason why water quality and water flow data cannot be shared.
At secretary level meeting, we are exchanging data, sharing and talking and trying to figure out one holistic approach, coordinated efforts from both the countries. We have agreed already.
15 sites where we used to take the observations of the water quality and gauge and discharge for further analysis and for further making reports. The data may be an essential input in devising water sharing mechanism between India and Bangladesh.
And then we also have an increase in the rainfall, the pattern that is going to be happen mostly in the central plateau, which is more or less close to the Meghna Basin.
Per 10 years, the temperature.
our Youth Forum 1, Meet the Youth for Meghna, Voices and Actions from the Basin. So here I am Dr. Shammi Haq, currently working as the assistant professor at the Institute of Water and Flood Management of BUH, Bangladesh. And I am also the member of the Youth for Meghna network. And I have my colleague, Ashu.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashu Balhara and I'm currently working as a senior executive at ASSOCHAM, the Associate Chambers of Commerce of India. And I'm also a member of Youth for Meghna network from India. So Shami and I'll be both hosting this session initially before passing on the chip to another member.
Okay. So at the beginning, we actually have an introductory presentation based on Meghna Water Future Program and Youth for Meghna. So here we will start our presentation. So thank you all for being here today. So basically, our work, the Youth for Meghna Forum Network and the Meghna Water Future Program actually centers on strengthening youth participation in transboundary water governance, grounded in local realities, and committed to building a sustainable future for the Meghna River Basin. So we have our long-term vision. It's very clear. So by 2030, youth across the Meghna River Basin are empowered to act to conserve, advocate, and influence decision-making on the sustainable development of their shared river basin. So this will happen through three critical pathways, basically. First of all, stronger networking and collaboration across borders, capacity building, especially in legal literacy, nature-based solutions, and community engagement, and finally, improving the access to data and evidence on the basin's health to inform youth-led actions. So for this is actually the pathway. We have already started from June 2023. In between June and to November 2023, the Youth for Meghna network was formed by including 18 participants from India and Bangladesh. So this is the workway. You can find those things in the presentation. So this is the group actually, the 18 people with the all members who have attended the Nepal program, where we have initiated the Youth for Meghna network. So we basically support the main vision, the Meghna Water Future Program that is actually structured by the framework for action. This program is grounded in three pillars, basically. First of all, the transboundary river governance through the lens of integrated water resources management. Secondly, the bridging gap between research and decision making, especially for youth and community actors. And finally, promoting equity and justice in who gets to speak, act, and influence water policies. Especially, we focused on women, indigenous communities, and youth. So we have faced different types of challenges. However, the path to inclusive transboundary governance is not without its challenges. We actually identified 4 key barriers during the Youth for Meghna Network Forum at the Nepal workshop. First of all, asymmetries in capacity and resources between stakeholders across countries, and then a lack of disaggregated data, especially on socio-ecological condition at the community level, and disconnection between policy frameworks and local realities, and most importantly, a gap in grassroots narratives. Finally, to bridge the gap, our strategy focuses on connecting evidence with action. We are investing in building local knowledge systems, generating community data, and translating that into formats that policymakers, practitioners, and partners can act upon. And then we will go through the tasks groups assignment that will discussed by my colleague Ashu.
Thank you, Shami. Thank you for setting up the tone. As you know, the Youth for Meghna network came into the picture during our workshop in Kathmandu, as also mentioned in the timeline. That was the step where we identified the key challenges, and then we also tried to identify the solution for the same thing, from where we get the birth of the Youth Network for Meghna, Y4M. On the basis of that, we also identified some of the core thematic areas around which we are supposed to work, and for which we try to have these task group based on. One is the water law and governance. Basically, this group focuses on building a legal literacy for the community, especially focusing youth as a core center. So in our group, we do have expertise, or like the youth from the various diverse backgrounds. Another task group is nature-based solution and strategy, where we are trying to identify the scientific ways or data-driven approaches to identify the end-based solution that could be provided to the community in addressing their core problems. And another session is a fellowship program. It's also, which have already been started, and I think we have already received more than 15 plus applications, if I recall correctly. Yes, so basically it's for the communities working in this Meghna Basin, which have been given an opportunity to share their stories through photos or videos. It's basically the local narratives which we are trying to get from these communities. On the basis of this alignment, we have already completed some of our tasks, and some are ongoing. So this is one of the tasks which is ongoing, and I think we are presenting here. And in the completed task, we have already prepared the task group. We have already conducted our field visit for India and Bangladesh. We have been working towards the stakeholders' engagement for these activities. The overall outcomes which have been through this forum have been like, we have been trying to strengthen the local engagement, because since we have been trying to get the narratives from the local, so it's have been the core focus area where we have been continuously engaging with the communities, which are also present here if you have been interacting post these panel sessions. And we have been doing the evidence generation. Basically, since we are approaching towards data-driven approach, so this have been our core areas where we have tried to have developed the maps and collected the data from the fields, and tried to have our policies, frameworks being settled around or being narrative around those datas only. And institutional dialogues, we have been having various stakeholders engagement, be it the government, academia, or within the community. And we have been trying to do the capacity development programs also. Some of the capacity activities have been done. For example, the Bangladesh team did with the schools, NBS, and similarly for the India side, we had water quality capacity building. Now moving on to, I think these are some of the glimpse areas from our past activities, where we have the Youth for Meghna Network has been presenting presentations and our learnings on the various international and national forums. I won't be taking much of your time, but if you do have some queries, please do come back to us, and do visit our booths also. If all of you have visited, then we'll still say revisit them, and please give your feedbacks. And now I request Mr. Syed Mutse Ridwan to come and join us and start the next session. Thank you.
May I please request the panelists, Ranjan Pandaji, Sharif Jamil Bhai, Brinda Kashyap, Yasha Mannan, Amashio, to come to the stage. And Karishma Ahmed. And Sheikh Rokun Bhai is joining online. Have you checked? Has he joined online? He's online? Okay, perfect.
I'm in online.
Okay, welcome to the Youth Panel 1. So in this session, we will hear, of course, from the youth, hear the ground realities, the stories from the ground, stories, something from what we heard from the inaugural session, the story of Saleha Appa. But now we will go slightly more deeper into it. And we try to understand the context where they are living and what sort of struggles that they're facing and what sort of innovative solutions that people are coming up. And of course, what sort of research and what sort of policy support and different private sector engagement that is possible with the youth to support these communities. So without further delay, let me first introduce the panel a bit, and I will do a very quick introduction. So very electric panel here today. We have Ranjan Pandaji, who is an expert on climate change, working with riverine communities. He's called the waterman of Odisha. And it's a really pleasure to have him on the panel. We also have Jamil Bhai, who is also a very renowned environmental activist who has worked in the wetland ecosystem. Particularly, he's very known for his work in the Buriganga River in Sheikh Rokunuzaman Bhai, who is joined online. He's a writer, he's a journalist, and he writes regularly about the riverine communities, and he's often seen on the television talking about the different transboundary river issues, about water quality and everything. It will be a pleasure to hear him too. We have Yasha Mannan, one of the Y4M fellow, and she's also working for Oxfam. Then we have Amancio, who, did I pronounce it right? Okay, perfect. Who's a young water professional who works in the intersection of water diplomacy and governance. We are going to learn the different water governance from other basins to what good practices are there in other places. We have another Y4M fellow, the brilliant Brinda Kashyap, and who's a specialist in GIS, and who is also a UNESCO MAB young scientist. We will hear all the stories. So let me first start with the speech from the chair, of course, Ranjan Pandaji. But I want to specifically understand the kind of work, Ranjanji, you have done with the communities, particularly with the youth, where you see the challenges and where do you see that youth can play a stronger role in building climate resilience and well-being of the communities.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, Syed. And thanks, the Meghna Knowledge Forum, for inviting me here. And a great congratulations to all of you, the Youth for Meghna groups. Great work. I think I'm also youth. So I think I think you had the misunderstanding about me, suppose. but then I think since 2019, I have taken it as a giving back time in my own life, because I started working since 1988-89 when I was a master student on rivers, on forests. And what I can always say is things have changed, and I will start with the challenges. Because something that we face, we started this campaign called Youth for Water India in 2019 from a study basically, where we realized that the new generation is basically getting detached from nature. So, we did some surveys even in indigenous communities. The same old people who have been protecting natural forests, for example, in many parts of India, Indonesia, Philippines, and everywhere else, they are still the managers of their forests. The young generation is actually, which is also not to be blamed. They have set different aspirations for themselves. So basically, it's not a fault of the youth, but it's a fault somehow of the society that despite of, we have not found a way in keeping their aspirations alive in all the sectors and still keeping them aligned to the goals of nature conservation. So that prompted this campaign to start, and what we have seen is, as you see the panelists here, the young electric, dynamic, I don't know who is hydroelectric, who is coal or anything, but all the electric panels, I think youth is not one segment. That I think we all know, it's not no new knowledge. Like other communities, what we have seen is youth also has a diversity of segments. And every youth, depending on their experiences, their knowledge, their education, their orientation, their mentors, the mentors they get, they have a different perception of rivers, of nature, of doing things. For example, a lot of youth is now engaged in planting saplings, for example. Like there have been campaigns, billion saplings and all, which is all great. But then you find a few youth interested in something called conserving the local natural forest, biodiversity rich forest. So there is a difference. So some youth are engaged in this kind of activity. Most youth are engaged in cleanup activities. And the challenge now is, because we guys think that nature-based solutions have to be long-term sustainable. So I think something that we experience is most of the youth is actually engrossed in real culture. So their expectation is very high from a very short period of time. So something that we are trying to manage in the campaign is how to bring them in through these kind of campaigns, innovative campaigns, and then get them into thinking on long-term sustainability lenses. So that is where I think we have a lot to do, because unless and otherwise we have systematic investment in nature, something that we are doing in India. We call it SIP on nature, the systematic investment plan on nature. So it's like, unless they are engaged in something for a long term, whichever sector they are in, it's not that all youth will be working with people like us. They will be in corporates, they will be in government, they will be in academics, they will be everywhere, like in societies, doing farming. And something we have been doing is promoting a culture of voluntarism in this campaign. So some will be involved as, on research, on community activities, but some will also be involved in education. Some will also be involved in, the GIS, for example, what one of the panelists, the expertise he has. So we have this, I would say, the dividend. We are now a young world at the moment, and most of the South Asian countries are also very young. So we should not let this dividend go waste. We should not let this dividend go waste. And something, I think, the very thin line that we are now going to sort of break is the intergenerational knowledge transfer line. And I think Meghna Knowledge Forum is one of the forums, I can say, or at least a very prominent one, where we find this particular, this bridge being basically made. One should promote intergenerational learning, and most of the youth should go back to nature, should go back to communities, no matter what they are doing, what they are studying. And that's something we are promoting in our campaigns, and I think Meghna Forum is also promoting. So we should try to align and integrate all these activities and work on all the components of nature. Like, okay, river can be our conduit for the actions for a particular initiative, but nature is an interconnected, common, which has to be understood, and that should be like IWRM, for example. IWRM is also an example of how you bring in all the components of, commons together. So youth should also be involved in that sense. Like everybody will not be interested in a river, for example. Some youth might find an interest in pasture lands. Some youth will find an interest in natural forests. Some youth might find an interest in the oceans. So I think we should try and integrating all those. So we should build on what we have already done. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Let me build up from there. So nature and river as a conduit, and over that now we have climate change. The behavior of the river is changing, and it's intersecting also with different climate justice, environmental justice issues, where Sharif Bhai has been working for a very, very long time. So from that respect, with the complexities that we are facing, Sharif Bhai, how do you think youth can engage better?
Thank you, Ridwan. Good afternoon, everyone. We should not eat all the time from the discussion. So I shall be trying to. No, you are good, but I will be less than you. Actually, I started my environmental activism 25 years ago, almost, and all the time I was working with the community to learn from the community, to understand the issues. And it's not necessarily the problems. There are solutions in the community level also. So to take those things to the policy level was one of the major things that I was doing as an activist from the national arena. But my inclination or my experience with Meghna Basin started since my birth. When I was coming to a very middle class family within 100 meters of Khwai River. So I am basically from Meghna Basin, which is also our chief guest today, Sayeda Rizwana Appa, also from the same river basin. So I experienced the river and the Meghna Basin from my childhood in so many ways. But Meghna Knowledge Forum, when it was started, I was part of it. I was very much with the events and activities that happened in Bangladesh and in other places. This is kind of a different thing. You know, like experience and knowledge are two different things. You can have experience, but you may not get information that is actually necessary for you to take forward. So I think we should be focusing on that place, because these days, recently, it's been third year, we will be organizing the Climate Justice Assembly in Bangladesh. But when I first organized, more than 1,000 community leaders from the climate vulnerable areas we brought to Dhaka and try to open up a platform where they can interact with the national policymakers, with the regional policymakers and advocates for the same cause. But recently, I found in Bangladesh particularly, I know it's all over the world, youth engagement for the movement of climate justice is a very significant thing. A lot of youth organizations are coming up, a lot of youth in terms of age. Age is a number. Ranjanda is not old, me neither also. But who are young, like more than 28% population in Meghna River Basin are from 15 to 29 years of age. So they are now coming out. It's a trending thing, like to be a climate activist. So like a couple of months ago, we sat together and we decided that the activism is good, but if that does not have any knowledge base, then that activism is not sustainable activism. They should have a reasoning why they are doing this activism. So it is our responsibility to give them knowledge, information, and why they are doing this thing and how it is important for them. As for example, we all know Bangladesh is part of the largest active delta in the world. But one other thing is very true, which is Bangladesh is also one of the most densely populated country in the world. And the entire Meghna Basin, if you see, Bangladesh part is different. Its Haor and its agriculture and aquaculture is so important for Bangladesh. So when our young activists are going to do activism in climate awareness, adaptation, mitigation, or environmental advocacy, can they relate it with the livelihood? When they are doing work on water management, do they have understanding about fisheries and the fisher folks? In Bangladesh, we recently discussed about the Howar area, and we found a lot of policy loopholes in the Jal Mahal Nitimala, we tell it. So there are so many other issues very much integrated with the issues we are working with. So our youth should get those knowledge and information that we actually got over the course of time. As for example, in 2008, when I went to West Khasi Hill border in Tahirpur Upazila of Sunamganj, I saw a small chunk of West Khasi Hill came down to the Howar area. And the Pochashwil Howar is completely disappeared, which is close to the Tanguar Howar. So can we relate it with our water management or our climate activism in the Meghna River basin? Similarly, like Mekong River is bordering Laos and Thailand for more than 900 kilometers. But we cannot sustainably manage our Piine River, which is only 7 to 10 kilometers maybe bordering with India. So Meghna Knowledge Forum has a lot of opportunities because it has a lot of issues to address. I think when we will be going forward with the discussions, we will be identifying some of the issues that all of us can contribute to make it better in the future together. Thank you.
So that's so enlightening, and there are so many, community is not a monolithic entity. They are the ones who are facing the brunt of the biodiversity crisis and the climate crisis, but they are also the ones who are coming up with innovative solutions. And the youth who wants to work in the research, who wants to work with the policymakers, youth like us who have brought up in urban areas, we really need to understand what's happening in the communities. So thank you so much, Sharif Jamil, for that. Now, if I can go online, can we? We have Sheikh Rokon Bhai, whose office is in the Kurigram, and he lives and breathes in the river. So if Sheikh Rokon Bhai, you can reflect on your experiences of working with the youth and what sort of solutions that you see coming out from them, and where do you see that this knowledge gap that we have that can be bridged?
Am I audible?
Yes, Rokon Bhai, we can hear you perfectly.
Thank you, Ridwan, and thank all the participants here. I'm very unfortunate to fail to join it in person. Very reverent greetings to all of you. And it's really very significant and interesting forum, Meghna River Basin, because comparative to the Ganges or Brahmaputra Basin, the discussion on Meghna River Basin is youngest one, I think, because after decades of discussion on Ganges and Brahmaputra Basin, the Meghna discussion on the Meghna River Basin had been started a few years ago. So I would like to thank the organizers, IUCN and other organizers. They have focused on a very significant issue, and Meghna River Basin is far more diversified than the Brahmaputra and Ganga Basin. It has a very large and very unique wetland, and it has hills, mountains, and sea and floodplain. So this is very important to engage the youth community with this forum. I'd like to thank from the community who have been or had been youth for a decade. I myself started activism in my teenage years before, like Sharif Bhai 25 years ago. And the other day I was talking with Sharif Bhai in his office, if he can remember. I was telling him that the same wheel we have been reinventing every year in past 25 years. Me and Sharif Bhai, when we were young activists on riverine issues, what we did, more or less, we are doing the same, and the new youth communities who are coming and joining in river activism, they are also doing the more or less same thing. The subject might be vary, subject might be widen, but the process and activities and all are more or less same. So my observation as a retired former youth activist on river, my observation is that all the paradigm on when we are working on riverine issues or basin issues, there are triple D. There are data generation, use, dissemination, and diplomacy. That's the three format we have been following on. And it feeds everybody. It feeds diplomats, government, communities, the corporates, the researchers, the development activities, the communities, everyone. So it is very convenient to feed this triple D, data generation, dissemination, and diplomacy. And it fits for youth as well. But to my opinion, the youth should have been a very niche. What is very unique and exclusive for the youth, only they are available and aware and empowered to do this. I think there is a C style, triple C should be followed by the youth. That what is very effective to my experience. One is focusing on C. If youths are generating data, every other age groups can generate data. If youths are doing diplomacy, every other age groups can do the diplomacy. Youths are doing dissemination, very huge and large. So youth should have been their own niche, their own exclusive product, quote unquote. That is very of their own. That is triple C, I think. One is culture and cuisine, which is very rich in Meghna River Basin. So the Youth Forum for Meghna Basin, they can focus on the diversified and very rich and very traditional culture and cuisine of Meghna River Basin across the border in Meghalaya, Assam, and Bangladesh, Tripura, all the areas. And second is community and connectivity. In my experience, I have seen for years that the youth activists or community can easily connect each other across the border. If I and Ranjan Pandey talk and work together, we both have our own equation. We are very much with that equation. But when two youths talks and works across border in India, Bangladesh, Nepal, they don't have that much equation, so they connect better. They connect better to community and themselves. So second C is to community and connectivity, and third C is the citizen science. This is very easy, and this is very fit for the youth community. So I would like to say that apart from the collective effort, youth should get their own niche, their own products, which is very much unique and exclusive from them. That is the triple C: culture and cuisine, community and connectivity, and citizen science. So I again congratulate all the youths who have joined the Youth Forum for Meghna River Basin, and with my observation and experience, I will be very happy to work with them always. But they have to do themselves to produce and present their own strategy.
Thank you so much, Rokun Bhai. That was very, very interesting. And I think there is a lot of room for building solidarity at the 3D approach that he said. And I think Y4M took a kind of a similar approach, worked really close with the community. And Brinda is someone who went to the communities, did different survey and has worked directly with the communities. So Brinda, can you reflect on about your field experiences, what you have seen, and where do you think what Sheikh Rokun was saying, where there is opportunity for collecting more important evidences or building more better solidarity?
Okay. Thank you, Ridwan Bhai, for this question and this opportunity to be here in behalf of my team in India. So in our part of the basin, in Barak-Meghna site, we actually went to a site called Rupai Bali Anua, which is an oxbow lake in the Kachar district of Assam. And there, from biodiversity lenses, we saw two key issues happening. First was we saw the most prominent issue being the ecological degradation due to the unchecked invasive water hyacinth in the region, which people reported that just a decade ago, they had clear water and the quality of water has changed a lot, like due to the decomposition of the water hyacinth happening, the water has turned a bit reddish, which is impacting the quality of the water as well as reducing in the prominent fish species in the lake itself. So it's impacting the ecological benefits of the area as a whole. And actually, to back this information from the field, we have been trying to back it up with scientific evidence and also citizen science. For example, we are currently undergoing and doing our water quality report, where we are doing parameter analysis and also creating maps out of it, which is an ongoing work. And our team has used many methods like PRA, FGD, and as I said, citizen science method, because basically we open the satellite image of the lake amongst the community and we asked them to help us identify from their knowledge which are the core areas we should be focusing on the ground. So basically integrating the multi-generational knowledge as well and the spatial aspect, which actually helps us understand the area more better, and that's why we also did memory mapping. And in this entire process, the CSOs and the youth and the elderlies, everyone in the community were not just observers, they were like co-researchers with us in the entire journey, which means a lot actually. So this is from me in the India side. Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant.
And to answer your question of where youth can have the space, we identified when we were doing a primary research on the area, we saw a gap between primary and secondary data. So there are many scope for young researchers to have focus in both sides of the borders to analyze the impacts on the ground.
Is there anything specific that you can mention where there are gaps?
Gaps in, suppose, biodiversity loss report, like decadal analysis of land use pattern, like which we can do, but when we have people in the basin doing that, that's a different thing. So there can be many fellowships or other things coming up for the youth and other people to intervene, even business market access to the people, because people have to get the alternate livelihood mechanisms and opportunities in the landscape as well. So yeah, thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much, Brinda. So I think one of the important thing is working with the communities is what Brinda was saying, that they have their own knowledge. They can be the co-researchers, because we are at times extracting data from them, right? And we are not even, their name is not on the papers. But I think there's something interesting that Yasha has been doing as part of Oxfam, working directly with communities and talking with the fisher folks, particularly in the Meghna Basin. And also, she has also probably witnessed some of the unique solutions these local communities are bringing along with the youth. So, Yasha, if you can reflect on your field experiences and what you have seen, and what sort of unique solutions that you have seen in your area of work in the Howard Basin.
So yeah, as part of my work as a Y4M from Bangladesh, we have a few days ago went to Tangwar Haur, and we had the opportunity to talk to a community which are basically dependent on the Tangwar Haur. As you all know, that the major livelihood options are there, agriculture and fisheries. So when we ask the communities that what are the challenges that you are having, what are the problems, they clearly mentioned that maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the situation of the Tangwar Haur, there are fish, when they move to the Haur with their small boats, they will understand the movements of the fish around. But now with maybe due to the anthropogenic causes, there are the fish habitats has been declining, and the committee have shown their concern. When as part of my Oxfam, as part of Oxfam, when I meet the communities, and I hear the similar stories there too, and there are gender disparities also there in the Meghna Basin, and many fisher folk are deprived of their basic human rights. If you may be aware, there is a fisher folk card that is given to the fisher folks, but when we talk to the communities, some of them don't have, and many who are not involved in fishing, they may have the cards. So this type of things are also there. One of the things that I could found out when I visited Tangwar Haur is then a very serious concerning thing is the houseboats and the excessive intrusion of the houseboats in the local communities. There are around 200 houseboats there in a day, and which is degrading the Haur ecosystem and biodiversity. So as you may know that the owners of these houseboats are basically people from the urban areas, the city dwellers. So they are not much concerned about the biodiversity of that wetland. So this is also a serious concern there. And when I talked to some of the youths there, they also mentioned that there is not enough livelihood options there. They cannot fish because there is not enough fish in the wetland, and they just mentioned that we would need a different type of livelihood option, whether you can support us, but there we cannot really support if we do not conserve the ecosystem of the Haur. So the last option they find is that moving to the migrating to the cities. So these are some of the common things problems that I could gather from there, and solutions like they are asking for the alternative livelihood options, maybe promoting the artifacts or controlling the houseboats from the outside, from the cities. So yeah, Ridwan bhai, if you have any follow-up question, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Yash. I will come back to you again. Let me now go to Emancio, who's a young water management expert and who works across the basin. And I think what we had in the inaugural session, we heard a lot of the struggles that we have in our part of the world in South Asia. But I think what Emancio can bring is the basin management experiences from other places where we can learn what sort of good practices are there, and I think what sort of challenges are there in the basin management. Emancio.
So here are the challenges. So while I am Southeast Asian in origin, I share the same sentiments with South Asians with my work as a research fellow at OP Jindal Global University. And I also did my research with Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100 while I was with IHEDOF, Institute for Water Education in the Netherlands. And basically what I saw from the different projects that I've been working on are these. So specifically, we wanted to work on the measures of how you would look at the challenges. So one of the challenges that have been seen, let's say, from the different projects are definitely the fragmented governance that exists in the status quo. And what the youth sector can actually do is for them to also bridge those gaps. As like what Sharif G has mentioned a while ago, there should always be the voice coming from the youth, which should be amplified. And in these different occasions, we've been able then to also thresh out some of these projects in different capacities. So as part of the startup Aqua Klima Incorporated, we were able then to look at the different measures on how we can have these actions with regard to the water sector. So among these would include, let's say, for example, the water flow diagram, which has been piloted in different regions in the world. Specifically, it has been piloted in Latin America, in Brazil in particular, in Asia, in the Philippines, Senegal in Africa, and Switzerland for Europe. And what we have seen here is that for these processes, as like what my colleagues here, Yasha and Brinda, had told us, there always needs to be this iterative process in terms of how you would look at different measures of you to make sure that all of the stakeholders are incorporated and all of the inputs from the different stakeholders are actually in place. So as a matter of fact, we are able then to look at this different WFD, which has been piloted in the Philippines, particularly in a specific basin in north of Metro Manila. And as you may have seen in the news, we are also experiencing this flood, which is about the effects of climate change. And these are some of the initiatives that we've been doing. And we've seen that there are major losses in terms of the distribution system. When you look at the basins, when you look at, of course, the different uses, Yasha a while ago discussed about the agricultural sector. We've also looked at the heavy reliance on groundwater and the water-fed agriculture. And as what have been mentioned by our professors here and also who are the wiser individuals in this panel, you're looking at nature-based solutions in order for us then to work on this. So of course, we wanted also to scale up NBS in local policies. So as part of the initiative of the United Nations Development Program, with the help and the support of the government of Canada, we're now looking at the different ongoing stock-taking of the completed and ongoing NBS in public, non-private, and private sectors. As you may know, if you look at the upstream, you need to have the policies to be in place first. And good thing that we have our colleagues from IUCN who is championing the definition of NBS worldwide. And now we're utilizing IUCN global standard for NBS using the 8 criteria, a device appraisal tool to assess NBS or nature-based solutions. And we wanted to look at how this measure or tool to be used for different ecosystems, not just for the urban ecosystems, but would also involve different ecosystems altogether. Another thing is the fact that in Asia in particular, we experience a lot of heavy and rainfall. And as a matter of fact, recently in my fellowship with Tsinghua University, we were able then to visit a few of these sponge cities in China. And when we talk about sponge cities, and as what have been reiterated by a few of our colleagues this morning, the rejoinder try to design cities in such a way that the water coming from the precipitation would be something that can be used for different uses and at the same time won't be harmful for the community themselves. So in the Philippines, for example, we have these as well, which is what we call Daloy Pilipinas. We also do it with Aqua Klima, so which is a sponge-like project wherein we're able then to observe area development. And the good thing about this specific project is being supported by the Department of Science and Technology, which is the counterpart of the Ministry of Science and Technology. And I believe that AIT as a tool and as a mechanism for bringing this up for more research projects would be an open development for Aqua Klima to actually work on. Another project we're working on is wiser cities. So we're looking at water-sensitive cities.
I'm actually
so similar
a little
to,
behind on time, so if we can finish in.
Yes. And as with this one, we're looking at how we were able then to connect. And thank you very much for your time. And as an IWA representative, we also welcome the possibility for everyone to be part of the IWA Congress that will happen here in Thailand this December and next year in UK. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic, Amancio. Now let me go to Karishma ji, and she's from Balipara Foundation, of course, and has been working extensively with different indigenous communities. And something that we have heard in the inaugural session, that how do we scale those good practices that are there in fragments in the indigenous communities? If you can respect, what sort of interesting partnerships that are possible to make those things happen?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's really an honor to be part of this program and Meghna Knowledge Forum. At the Balipara Foundation, I think to address how we can really partner and build these collaborations, we have really always thought about the Eastern Himalayan region, where we have really reflected and understood that nature really doesn't understand boundaries. It is, I think, the people who really impose it. I think our species, our forests, our our elephants that really cross the corridors, they really exist, you know, even before we knew our maps, even before we really understood political boundaries. So we really always talk about the fact that, you know, we always address that what walks our corridors doesn't know boundaries, but until and unless we walk across those boundaries, we will really lose the paths they walk. So it is very important to understand how collaboration, regional collaboration is very important when we really work for environment. And I think Meghna River Basin is a really living example of this, which is a cradle of biodiversity, forests, our communities, our culture, bringing together so many millions and millions of people looking at the river basin. It's incredible to see the efforts. I would just like to highlight when we talk about the Eastern Himalayan region, and Balipara Foundation has really worked on with Bhutan, Bangladesh, Nepal, while talking about the region. A small example at the heart of the Eastern Himalayan region, where the Manas River flows from Mathunguri in India side to the Bhutan side. We have really seen some of the heroes who helps sort of like navigates its water daily. And these are the boatmen. They try to take the researchers, the youth, the forest rangers officials from one end to the other. So I think when we talk about these cross-border collaborations, it is also very important to really acknowledge and recognize these quiet heroes who are really navigating the waters daily. So I think as Balipara Foundation, our intention is also, while we really look into the conservation efforts, it is also very important to really look at these local heroes who are really the lifelines of this cross-border collaboration. Having said that, I think coming to where youth really contributes here is, I think youth contribution is not just valuable at this time, it is very, very essential. And given Youth for Meghna Forum, how we have seen it's been constituted, it is already a very powerful platform, which I believe is already following a rule which is not in a top-down mandate. And it is really, like Brinda mentioned, it is really following an ecosystem which has built-in relationships, which is village to village, really basin to basin, and people to people. And I think youth really need to navigate that further. To summarize, I think I would just really want to mention here that I think youth today really doesn't need to be told that, you know, what has to be done. But I think where we need really support is how do we really scale it? How do we really know which direction could be taken to really do the implementation? And again, while we have been doing a lot of work in the forest restoration and ecological restoration work, like Brinda mentioned, we have also focused on youth really bridging this entire restoration program in our communities back in Assam, in Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland. We have really involved them in the end-to-end process, whether it's from seed collection process or whether it's, you know, collecting the data. I think the training is so important, but once the right training, once the right mobilization has been given, the youth, the community youth, especially who are working with us, picks up so well. I think they are now showing us the direction, and what we really need is right community knowledge and right science blended to really go forward. And that's where I think, to summarize, we really need the support of entire stakeholders and organizations to relook and sort of like scale up a programs, one river, one basin, and one corridor at a time. Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much, Karishma ji. So this is such an electric panel. We want to hear more from them, but I couldn't miss the chance for all of you, just for 5 minutes. If you have any question, you just need to ask the question. You cannot give a speech because we don't have time for that. If you have any quick question, if you want to ask, we can. If not, then we can just move on. Okay. All right.
Okay, I tried. Okay, okay. This is Professor Sarah from BUET. So my question is to you is that when I was listening to all of you.
Your question to?
Sorry?
Which panelist?
To the second one from the left. Sorry. The thing is, like, I was thinking that why not we are thinking of citizen science? Because all the things we were thinking over here or hearing it as if that someone's, it seems to me, sorry for the language, invaders going and trying to get the community's information for us. Something like that. If we could think the other way around, that the youth of that particular areas will be aware and they will come up with the evidence base, the way you were talking about that we are missing with the evidences. So if they are like the neighborhood watch, if they would like come up with the data sets, if the river is really deteriorating or the way he was mentioning about the hills affecting, how much effect that's actually happening over there, and that could let the other people like us on the desktop to get the real line. So that is from my side, that why not citizen science was introduced. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any more questions? Yes. Questions or comment?
Actually, this is with regards to the involvement of youth for the river.
Which panelist, please? To which panelist this question is? To all the panelists?
I think anyone can answer that. I just wanted to actually ask, you know, that the cleaning up of the river, the youth should be very much involved in that, and not in the scientific way, but in the traditional way. You need to find out that traditionally how this river can be cleaned up. So no one spoke on that, so I was thinking that if you can give some views with regards to this, or probably in the future, if something can be done, because scientific way we don't, in the normal way it becomes difficult for us to use scientific cleaning, but then the traditional methods of cleaning up can be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So good afternoon, my name is Shumonto, I am from CUTS International, just 30 seconds. So although the youth engagement in Meghna Basin is significant, but we need to increase the number of youth. So what could be the way to make sure win-win situations for the more number of youth to engage this initiative? Thank you.
Sheikh Rokon Bhai, you are going to answer that, but that's later. So I think let Sharif Jamil Bhai answer the first question.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, because I was also pointing out this issue when I was listening to the panelists. First, suddenly I came to know from youth of the other part of Bangladesh, from West Khashi Hill area, that the Rhinecore River is changing its color. Then I came to know from the youth of other side, from the Jadukata River Basin, that they found dead fishes for unknown reason. Then I put them forwarded to Daily Star news editor, and they checked it, and they found Shillong Times reported mining in the upstream, and that mining is probably the reason for this pollution in the river systems, and that's the reason why fishes are dying, and that's the reason why the Rhinecore River changes its color. Then we raised a demand to the government to send Atomic Energy Commission experts to go there and check if there is any radioactive pollutants, because there are also uranium mining and sampling in the upstream of Meghalaya. But the problem is, yes, of course, we need to educate the local youth we need to develop a relationship between us and them, as we can get those information right away. Because our government systems, not necessarily Bangladesh, also in India and in South Asia, are not actually working significantly, you can say, very sincerely. As for example, after that incident, I was also part of a meeting, government meeting from civil society. Sometimes also we are invited also to take part to some government meetings. I was having a meeting in the divisional commissioner's office in Sylhet, which is in Sylhet division, of course, you know, Jadukata and things. So there was all government officials, deputy commissioners, Upajala administrators and all them. And they said, yes, the Atomic Energy Commission people came here and they did study and they didn't find anything there. Then I asked them the timeline, when did they come and took sample? They took sample after 4 flash flood, washed all these things away. So actually, sometimes you cannot rely on the government data, and most of the time for our country and countries like us, you have to go to the community people and let them come up with the realities that is happening there, which is very important. And I need to point it out when she was talking about the water quality. This is also important, not necessarily the transboundary pollutions coming from the upstream from mighty Meghalaya, right at the top of the Howrah area. But also Bangladesh declared a lot of special economy zones targeting the Seven Sisters, trade and commerce between. Of course, we have huge opportunity for benefit sharing. But if we cannot implement those plans and projects properly, then the BOD in Meghna River already came to alarming situation because of the pollutions happening in Hobiganj and Kushiara Bank. Like the industrialization already started there. How many names you want to know from me? Shutang River, completely awry. Kalni River, BOD is alarming situation. Bolabhadra River, it's completely black. So these things are happening in Meghna Basin. And we need to know what kind of pollutions are there, what are the pollution sources, and how we can comply them with the environmental compliances as our basin is intact, because this is impacting a lot of population. It's densely populated area. I will be stopping here with one more comment on the cleaning question or comment. Recently, the Agriculture University of Sylhet suddenly communicated with me, and they also were partnering with Department of Environment, because the advisor for the Ministry of Environment is also from that area. And she visited Meghna River Basin like 3-4 weeks ago. And they, the current government is trying to stop plastic and polythene pollution very sincerely. So they came up with a program to take the volunteers and students from Shah Jalal University of Science and Technology, Agriculture University, and they went to Dholai River, which is a very renowned tourist area, to clean the plastics and pollution. It may be a symbolic event, but that can also trigger other people and youth around that area to do these things themselves. As for example, 3 days ago, the Deputy Commissioner of Sunamganj inaugurated a floating bazaar in Tanguar Haur. Then I got call from Sunamganj. The people are asking, why did he open a bazaar in Tanguar Haur? Who will go to buy vegetables there? Why he is opening up this window for the tourists to make it more dirty and, waste disposal place? So, yeah, so these things we need to look at.
I think, Ranjanji, if you can talk a little about what she was talking about also on the traditional methods of cleanup. Do you have,
Yeah, I think that's a very important question, and we have some barriers actually as a society, and what Saribhai was trying also to say, looking river pollution in a very technical sense has not really helped a lot. That's very true, because we cannot, being so populous nations, being so vast like geographies, and so many rivers and all, and the kind of habits that we have nurtured as generally as human beings and as, I would say dirty human beings, it's very difficult to actually clean up all the rivers only through technology. So something that we should try, and what we are also trying is, one should go back to some of the traditional ways of understanding the rivers. And a river, for example, what I was also trying to say in my initial remarks is, the current generation is looking rivers through only this kind of, there are 2-3 lenses. One is, it's a polluted thing, so this BOD, COD kind of lenses. The other one is it's a picnic spot or something. So it's not no more. But the traditional people of any geography, they would actually relate to river in many ways. Like something that I keep on saying, the very concept of river in, for example, India is called the Bhagiratha approach. But in Europe, it's like the Promethean approach. So when you go to the society has a different kind of knowledge on river. So something that we should all try and do, many people are doing, is that try to understand the river through all its perspectives. And that will bring off the other kind of solution that the lady was saying, that you should look into the river, like there is a cultural river, there is a social river, there is a livelihood river, there's an economic river. So the river itself has a lot of these perceptions and uses. So one should look into those and then try to understand and work about the solution. So there are many traditional ways, but then the people should be convinced. Because if the people are convinced that there is a government which is supposed to do the cleanup, or which is supposed to come and test your water, then only you get the knowledge, and then you act upon it, then I think things are going too far. So one should say that, like someone was saying in the preliminary session today, like it's a whole of society approach. It could be actually from your home to the sea. So it should be a whole of society approach, that we should think about rivers as well. Otherwise, we are not going to, and the cleanup should start at your home. Actually, that is something we should all emphasize on. It's not going to the river flow point and say that we'll start the cleanup here. So we should start the cleanup from our home. So if we start thinking that way, maybe we will start recognizing a lot of the traditional ways that people are actually relating to river, and they were trying to clean up and live with those rivers. Thank you.
Brilliant.
Actually, Ridwan bhai.
Just a quick one. You see, there is this standard, this is question to the youth. There is this standard clause in every relevant policy in Bangladesh as well as in India. 3 or 4 on the top, the Delta Plan, the Adaptation Plan in Bangladesh, for example, National Water Policy Action Plan in India, that awareness about water and rivers is to be created. It's a standard clause. Now that has to be deciphered and unpacked how it has to be created. Have you from here on thought about the soft power of this Meghna for Youth Forum, that how are you going to engage on that very clause which has been always there but never utilized? Your views, please.
Okay, hello. So I will just attempt to answer all the 3 questions in a crisp way, but was asked in general from the youth perspective. So as both of the senior panelists answered our questions, actually in Youth for Meghna, we are already launching something called a storytelling fellowship, where we are giving space to people coming from traditional knowledge, citizen science, spatial science, and many expertise coming in. So they will be getting the space to already showcasing their basin familiarity, and all this space was created for the youth of this Meghna Basin in general, from both sides of the border. That is something we're coming up. And to answer Shawahik sir's question, yeah, we do intend, actually, and we do take pride in our work that we are trying to put up from both India and Bangladesh side, and we're also trying to decentralize or break down many global policies to local level and try to see the linkages and analysis and where the gaps are. So that way, I think Youth for Meghna is trying in that lenses, and we do want to go ahead and learn as well. So yeah, that's from my end. Thank you.
The girls should, the women should answer.
Just a, yes, yeah, I have to be little. So just a quick comment. See, now we are talking of youth for Meghna. We know that there has been a traditional thoughts. As in the morning also it is known that in Bangladesh, we definitely rivers, they do play important role in the culture, in the life or in the livelihood, everything. Same way as per Indian context also, the rivers do play a very important role. Everything is around the rivers, around the nature, around these flowing bodies. So we know that traditionally, conventionally, these things are part and parcel of our life and livelihood. But over the years, because of some misconceptions that the rivers from Meghalaya, they are carrying polluted water, the wrong conception that they are bringing lot of destruction because of this. This is the natural process. Over the thousands, millions of years it is going on. And the people have been living with it. So the youth need to involve themselves, knowing the basic facts already which are there with us, to see that how the rivers again become pious, again become a source wherein we are able to maintain, retain its dignity in our life and livelihood. That's what is the important point which I'm trying to say. And the involvement of the youth is of great importance. That's it. Thank you.
I think we have just time for 2 minutes of closing remarks. So in that closing remark, you can give.
Maybe you escape me from the closing or exclude.
Okay,
me.
just this is your closing.
Yeah, all right, no problem. Let me give you an example. He was discussing about Delta Plan 2100, and we have been very much appreciating, maybe some of us are appreciating this thing, because of course, Bangladesh is part of the largest active delta in the world, and we need to keep the delta character. But do our youth know that 123 old projects that were all destructive to the delta character were included as the project under Delta Plan 2100? Does any of us know that the 26th study paper came up as the background document for Delta Plan 2100 did not discuss about the transboundary water sharing? Does it make any sense? So Delta Plan 2100 does not necessarily mean it is for the interest of delta character. So our youth need to know. It is not who is doing what. It is how we can know the actual facts and figures, how we can let them know dredging river is not the solution. If the dredge soil is just dumped in the river bank, it will disconnect the floodplain with the river. Our youth should know that if we dredge the river without considering the hydromorphology, then the Haur will be dried up before they need borrow water for irrigation. So we have to educate our youth, not necessarily in Buet and in the national level, also in Karimganj and also in Tahirpur, to let them know what is happening and what is good for them and what is really bad for them. The relationship between their life and livelihood with science, that is where we should work on. Thank you.
Okay. No. I'll just not go into the questions anymore. Much has been said. I think I was listening to our young panelists, my fellow young panelists, on very interesting work. So something that we are concerned, the whole world is in fact concerned, is how to go back to the nature-based solutions. You know, I think if I don't know how to. Amanso mentioned about something, so I'll go to that. He mentioned about the sponge cities concept. And China, I think, claims that it pioneered the sponge city concept. But actually, traditionally, our people had already pioneered the kind of sponges concept. The kind of water bodies that you see in the river basin, different structures and put into a system, they have actually been traditionally been the real sponge city concept. What in India, for example, now is you see in Gurgaon, Gurugram, or in Bangalore, or in Chennai, or in Mumbai, is basically the failure of the disconnect of generational between the generational shift of knowledge on something that can be termed as sponge cities. Okay, so I think the crux of the matter to me, looking into all this, lies in that how to go back to nature. Like, for example, someone in 300 years ago thought that concrete or dams are going to solve a river's problems. Okay, fine. Later on, someone said, no, it is not a solution, it's a problem. Somewhere else, some other segment of the society would say that a river is actually having invasive species. So, and someone, we know that tampering with the river's ecology is not going to help us, but the human society is anyway growing. So I think there is a component of practicality that one has also to bring into solutions when one talks about the river and at the current time. So in that sense, I would say, some of the very important aspects that our young panelists have brought in that I would like to highlight are basically the complex relationship of different sections of a river ecosystem, and how to bring in an integrated, approach to actually work in coherence with all those components, while recognizing the knowledge of the local people who are basically the primary, participants. Someone said, I think we are not making people as just observers, but we are participants. And someone rightly said that we should not youth should not be going from this place to that place to bring, giving knowledge. But if youth from one section goes to another section and tries to facilitate something which is a participatory way to understand the river and try out a solution, then I think we can find a lot of things. Second aspect is how to integrate science, technology, and the knowledge, local knowledge. So I think in that case, some moves have been made, and many ideas are already there. So we should continue and discuss this. And thanks so much.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. Thank you so much to Chair, Co-Chair. And thank you so much, Sheikh Rokun Bhai, for joining online. Let me now call on stage. Yeah, we will take it later or no? Okay.
Yeah.
We will take sorry, the panelists, we have to come back a bit. We have to take a group photo.
Really? I mean, you can take, but I think we are breaking now for the coffee break. Panelists can take photograph there, because I think for the next session also they have to prepare this place. Yes, yeah. Only our photo. Yes.
Let's make a pyramid.
जाते हैं और कुछ आदमी लोग तो बेचते भी है। देखो खुद का जमीन का जो है तो क्या करेंगे, जमीन पड़ा हुआ है तो वहाँ से मिट्टी दूसरे आदमी को देते हैं।
ये गवर्नमेंट लोग रोकता नहीं है क्या? ये तो इलीगल है ना, क्योंकि
हाँ इनलीगल है, लेकिन कुछ तो पता नहीं क्या करें।
We drove dainty from the river.
Okay, when does this happen?
River or water, huh?
When does this happen?
Every village, according to the system, every village has to have their own village level, that we call it Lai Harao, huh?
Understood.
Lai
Village
means God, Harao means festival. Festival of God. We do that, and that narrative will come in this film, not film, it's like story video. So Oxfam has supported very less money, but we believe in less money. We don't believe in less money.
How this water hyacinth, is growing into different trophic conditions. Because we always see in a field condition, right? But in controlled condition also there is different type of parameters we can see. Because it is controlled by yourself. And the nutrient also that I have made, that is known as Hogland nutrition.
So that's like a mixture of nitrates and phosphates?
Yeah, it includes nitrate and phosphate, but I have changed them when I have converted them into trophic condition.
Got it.
Hogland solution is only because for the growth. For the growth we give that solution into the system. Because in in field condition what happens, they get naturally the nutrient. But in control experiment you have to give the nutrient to the plant to grow. community আছে মণিপুরি আছে আর বাঙালি মুসলিম আছে আচ্ছা এখানে যখন এই যে ঠান্ডার টাইমে হ্যাঁ পারে কি এখানে চাষ করে নাকি হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা আর জল কতখানি উঠে মানে এমনি যখন বৃষ্টির টাইমে কি কাজ তোমাদের
একটু জাল বসাই অল্প অল্প মাছ ধরে
আচ্ছা তোমাদের ওইখানে কি ওই যে লিজ যে আছে ওইখানে তো যেতে পারতা না
না এইদিকে যাওয়ার মানে সিস্টেম মানে যাওয়া যায় একটু মানে যাওয়া মানে ওইলে মানে
ওইখানে গেলে মাছ মারতে দেয়
হ্যাঁ মাছ তো মারতে দেয় ঠিক আছে
আচ্ছা তোমরা খালি মাছই মারো এখানে
এইখানে চাকরি নাই তো মাছই মারে বেশি ওটাও বেশি ব্যবসা হয়
নাম জহির ইসলাম। এই অনেক দূরে যেতে হয়, দূরে যেতে আমাদের অনেক খরচ হয়, তার কারণে আমি এখন ঘরের কাছে লাগি।
আমরাই হাওরের ভবিষ্যৎ।
सबसे ज्यादा मिट्टी कहाँ से उठाते हैं बराबर?
ये आपका हाइलाकांदी, श्रीभूमि और बड़कला में।
श्रीभूमि तो पूरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट हो गया। आप एक चीज जगह बताइए ना।
जगह आपका समझ लीजिए पतरकंदी, नीलम बाजार, बाटोया और उसके बाद हो गया अनीपुर, दुर्लभचोड़ा, इसी साइड से जाते हैं।
फिर क्या कंस्ट्रक्शन में ही जाता है कि लोग बेचते भी हैं?
कंस्ट्रक्शन में भी जाते हैं और कुछ आदमी लोग तो बेचते भी है। देखो खुद का जमीन का जो है तो क्या करेंगे, जमीन पड़ा हुआ है तो वहाँ से मिट्टी दूसरे आदमी को देते हैं।
ये गवर्नमेंट लोग रोकता नहीं है क्या? ये तो इलीगल है ना, क्योंकि
हाँ इनलीगल है लेकिन कोई तो पता नहीं क्या करें।
We drove daily from the river.
Okay, when does this happen?
River or water, huh?
When does this happen?
Every village, according to the system, every village has to have their own village level that we call it Lai Harao, huh?
Understood.
Lai means God, Harao means festival. Festival of God. We do that, and that narrative will come in this film. Not film, it's like story video. So Oxfam has supported very less money, but we believe in less money. We don't believe in less money.
How this water hyacinth, is growing into different trophic conditions. Because you always see in a field condition, right? But in controlled condition also there is different type of parameters we can see. Because it is controlled by yourself. And the nutrient also that I have made, that is known as Hogland nutrition.
So that's like a mixture of nitrates and phosphates?
Yeah, it includes nitrate and phosphate, but I have changed them when I have converted them into trophic condition.
Got it.
Hogland solution is only because for the growth. For the growth we give that solution into the system. Because in in field condition what happens, they get naturally the nutrient. But in control experiment, you have to give the nutrient to the plant to grow. Community আছে মণিপুরি আছে আর বাঙালি মুসলিম আছে আচ্ছা এখানে যখন এই যে ঠান্ডার টাইমে হ্যাঁ পারে কি এখানে চাষ করে নাকি হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা আর জল কতখানি উঠে মানে এমনি যখন বৃষ্টির টাইমে কি কাজ তোমাদের
একটু জাল বসাই অল্প অল্প মাছ ধরে
আচ্ছা তোমাদের ওইখানে কি ওই যে ব্রিজ যে আছে ওইখানে তো যেতে পারতা না
এইদিকে যাওয়ার মানে মানে যাওয়া যায় একটু মানে যাওয়া মানে ওইলে মানে
ওইখানে গেলে মাছ মারতে দেয়
মাছ তো মারতে দেয় ঠিক আছে
আচ্ছা তোমরা খালি মাছই মারো এখানে
এইখানে চাকরি নাই তো মাছই মারে বেশি ওটাও বেশি ব্যবসা
নাম জহির ইসলাম। এই অনেক দূরে যেতে হয়, দিতে আমাদের অনেক খরচ হয়, তার কারণে আমি এখন ঘরের কাছে লাগি।
আমরাই হাওরের ভবিষ্যৎ।
सबसे ज्यादा मिट्टी कहाँ से उठाते हैं बराबर?
ये आपका हाइलाकांदी, श्रीभूमि और बड़कला में।
श्रीभूमि तो पूरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट हो गया। आप एक चीज जगह बताइए ना।
जगह आपका समझ लीजिए पतरकंदी, नीलम बाजार, पाटोया और उसके बाद हो गया अनीपुर, दुलपचोड़ा, इसी साइड से जाते हैं।
फिर क्या कंस्ट्रक्शन में ही जाता है कि लोग बेचते भी हैं?
कंस्ट्रक्शन में भी जाते हैं और कुछ आदमी लोग तो बेचते भी है। खुद का जमीन का जो है तो क्या करेंगे, जमीन पड़ा हुआ है तो वहाँ से मिट्टी दूसरे आदमी को देते हैं।
ये गवर्नमेंट लोग रोकता नहीं है? ये तो इलीगल है ना? क्योंकि
हाँ इलीगल है लेकिन कोई तो बोलता नहीं, क्या करें।
We drove deity from the river.
Okay, when does this happen?
River or water, huh?
When does this happen?
Every village, according to the system, every village has to have their own village level that we call it Naya Rao, huh?
Understood.
Naya means God, Arao means festival. Festival of God. We do that, and that narrative will come in this film. Not film, it's like story video. So Oxfam has supported very less money, but we believe in less money. We don't believe in less money.
How this water hyacinth, is growing into different trophic conditions. Because we always see in a field condition, right? But in controlled condition also there is different type of parameters we can see. Because it is controlled by yourself. And the nutrient also that I have made, that is known as Hogland nutrition.
So that's like a mixture of nitrates and phosphates?
Yeah, it includes nitrate and phosphate, but I have changed them when I have converted them into trophic condition.
Got it.
Hogland solution is only because for the growth. For the growth we give that solution into the system. Because in in field condition what happens, they get naturally the nutrient. But in control experiment, you have to give the nutrient to the plant to grow. Community আছে মণিপুরি আছে আর বাঙালি মুসলিম আছে আচ্ছা এখানে যখন এই যে ঠান্ডার টাইমে হ্যাঁ পারে কি এখানে চাষ করে নাকি হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা আর জল কতখানি উঠে মানে এমনি যখন বৃষ্টির টাইমে কি কাজ তোমাদের
একটু জাল বসাই অল্প অল্প মাছ ধরে
আচ্ছা তোমাদের ওইখানে কি ওই যে লিজ যে আছে ওইখানে তো যেতে পারতা না
না এদিকে যাওয়ার মানে সিস্টেম মানে যাওয়া যায় একটু মানে যাওয়া মানে ওইলে মানে
ওইখানে গেলে মাছ মারতে দেয়
হ্যাঁ মাছ তো মারতে দেয় ঠিক আছে
আচ্ছা তোমরা খালি মাছই মারো এখানে
হ্যাঁ এখানে চাকরি নাই তো মাছই মারে বেশি ওটাও বেশি ব্যবসা হয়
Is holding on indigenous communities. Those belonging to the indigenous communities kindly align themselves on the Srishti's table. Srishti.
Yes, yeah.
Central government is on that side, please. MI is already holding a card. Kindly shift toward that part. Anushri is holding a private sector. Please move on towards the private players. Please move on towards the private sector.
Amazing, amazing.
My colleague Shami is already holding a local government card. Those belonging to the local government, please shift towards that side.
I request everyone to kindly assemble based on their interest. We have 5 volunteers, 5 groups on each table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Institutions including... You are with Myrna. You are holding a card for central government, na? So the central government stakeholders will be sitting with you. You can also decide on your choice of interest also. Please feel free. Guys,
it is not necessary that
India have a Panchayati Raj. Please support local government, local governance.
And in fact, central government also, it is not necessary that you should work in central government or state government. It is up to you. It is up to your interest. You can choose the department whatever you want.
Guys, authority, move towards the central.
Why no one is going into the central government?
Everybody have complaints from government? Nah, government is doing good work. Please sit.
Chalo. Now, my daughter. You met her?
Apologize.
I guess the private sector is completely full. Great to know that. Central government is still asking for volunteers. Please move towards the central government, those who are interested to work with the central government as a stakeholders. And institutions, please, institution is a broader term we are using. We can have NGOs, civil societies.
And researchers also.
We need universities. I think.
Let them sit. Let them sit.
I think IUCN will set an institution panel. Vishwa.
So we need someone to be seated in the institution group.
Please.
Okay. Chalo, let's start then.
I think everybody settle down.
So we are starting now.
Can you please share the QR code? Yeah.
Attention please. Attention please. Just a quick announcement. Attention please. Attention. Oh, this is very hard. This looks like an assembly. A quick announcement. As you know, we have planned for a networking and reception dinner at Novotel Hotel, Rangsit, which is about like 30 minutes away from here tonight. We've arranged for a networking and reception dinner for all the delegates, participants, as well as the supporting hands of this forum at Novotel Hotel, Rangsit, which is over like 30 minutes from here tonight. For all the participants staying in Novotel, after the end of this of today's session, you will travel by the shuttle van back to Novotel. Immediately after the end of the session, and then you can freshen up at Novotel itself. For everyone else who is staying back, who is staying at AITCC also, and also who is going to stay back for the dinner, we will move from in front of AITCC at 6:15 p.m. So by 6:15 p.m., please arrive in front of the AITCC main gate. We have bus transportation. We've arranged for bus transportation. 6:15 to 6:30 will be kind of arrival time. At sharp 6:30 p.m., the bus will move to our venue for the dinner. Whoever misses back, will have to take a taxi. So that's the only problem that you have. But we'll have the dinner for all of you there. That's a short announcement from my side. Over to you.
So Ayush, you are saying in front of clock tower?
Yes, in front of the clock tower, just outside of the AITCC gate. AITCC door. In front of the AITCC clock tower, we'll have the bus arranged at 6:15 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. So, hello everyone. A very good afternoon to you all. I hope you had a great lunch and gained some energy, because in this section we need energy to break the ice and also to melt the ice, okay? So before going to the breaking ice, I would like to introduce myself, Pavel, currently working as a research officer at Center for Environment and Climate Change Research under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Bangladesh. With me, Omkar.
Yeah, everyone, I hope everyone is not feeling sleepy or what? So from morning we had very engaging sections, we had a very good guest lecture, but now today we will be doing something different. We will be playing river game. So for that we need to have some warm-up exercise, but before that I would like to just introduce myself, my colleagues. So myself, Omkar here from India. I am basically program coordinator for the one NGO called Jal Jivika, which works across coastal parts of Maharashtra. So this was about myself, but let's come to the reverse game. And before moving to reverse game, we need to have some ice-breaking sections. So I would like to share this QR code. Everyone must be having QR code on their table also, or they can just scan from there. If anyone is facing issue, we have some volunteers also. Let us know.
If anyone facing any difficulties, we have our volunteer. Sisti, you also can, anyone, something here?
I request everyone to please scan the QR code because we will be popping up some questions which need to be answered.
If anyone is facing issue, let us know. Our volunteer is there. Just you can just let us know.
You are already answering.
Great, it's okay. You're saving our time.
So we didn't tell you to start now, okay? Before going to start the ice breaking part, I need to clear you something, okay? The first thing, this will be a very interesting part. There will be no boring classes, boring lecture. All you have to do is answer simple questions, okay? One thing. And another thing is, those questions are for, not for all. Who are familiar or who are answerable to that question will be answered by that person, okay? So before going to that part, I want to share some rules for this river game. For the ice breaking part. The first one, the question will be answered only using the Mentimeter. So we shared already the QR code. I hope you all are accessible to this code, okay? So the second part is, if you are not anyone unable to access the QR code, you can take help with the volunteer, okay? So the second part is only answer you name, okay? We want the name from answer, not yes. Like I am saying, Omkar, have you visited Bangkok? Yes. His name, not yes, I have visited Bangkok, not like that, okay? You have to put down your name. So we'll then pick up from you. And another rules is you have to answer within 1 minute because we have a very strict time limit. So you have to answer your answer within 1 minute. And the last thing is be honest with your answer because we will verify it. And who can answer it, we will have a very gift, and that will be cash reward after this part. Okay. So
like answer Sakib no.
Yeah.
Sakib no. Sakib yes. With name you have to say yes.
No. You have to
you don't
like
have to say yes.
Say just your name.
We have not visited last month, so I just put my name.
No. If you are not visited, don't skip that question. But if you visited that, then you have the answer. Okay.
So if it is yes, then yes, you have to put out.
So can you Omkar or can you?
This is what happened when you start
No.
preparing
I said
your
there will
answer
be no
before
yes
the
or no.
invigilator explain you the question.
Okay, I'm explaining the question again. Have you visited the Meghna Basin in last 1 month? If you visited, put down your name. No, yes, no. We don't. Okay, we have got 1, 2, 3. 3 names. Okay. So only 3% have visited Meghna Basin in last 1 month. Okay. That's sure.
You just submit it. You just submit that. Then they will ask.
4. Okay.
Go on.
Can volunteers help to your respective groups so that they can fill the mentimeter?
Okay, we are making the 2 months, within 2 months. You can put down in name if you visited Meghna Basin within 2 months.
If we have not visited, what do we know?
We are having a constant funding now. Move on to the next question.
Okay, so we are picking up Madhulika. Madhulika, who is Madhulika, please? Can you stand up, please? Would you please? So tell us about your visit, when it was, and where the place, name of the place, where you visited.
I think I can move them, or somebody needs to.
Actually, I stay in the Meghna Basin itself. So I'm from the Kachar district in Assam. So almost like twice or thrice in a week, I visit the riparian communities. So that's it, yeah. Any more questions?
Okay, how?
Experience, okay. So basically, we work with the people near the Barak, Surma and Kushiara Basin. People from different communities, including both Hindus and Muslims, stay there. And the experience is utterly devastating because in a year, they experience about 3 series of floods in a year. Almost like 2 months or maybe more than 2.5 months, the villages remain submerged in water, where it becomes very difficult for an organization like NEEDS to go and access the communities. Apart from that, we have other biodiversity-related issues like scarcity of fishes in the Barak-Meghna River. After the 2025 floods, that is this year, a drastic decrease in the amount of fishes in Barak-Meghna River has been reported, which seems to be a very concerning matter for the people living on those areas whose entire livelihood is dependent on those resources.
Okay, thank you so much, please. So move on to the second question, please. So the second question, have you worked?
People who are writing yes, can we have your names, please? I can't request the people who had said no. I really can't ask them. I'm sorry, but the people who have said yes, please write your name.
We need names.
Achha, okay, how many of you are familiar with Ganga Basin and Brahmaputra? Can you raise your hands? See, this is... Oh.
This is mainstream.
Yes. So we are now moving to a regional concept, I'll say, and transboundary.
Body is 3 languages from across the... You have to answer name. Already submitted this question? Okay. And aims. Who? I am people who... from across the Meghna Basin. Who?
So we have Famida. I think maybe we can have Famida.
Know your name, please.
Okay. Oh. Okay. So who are you? 1, 2.
Raise your hand who can speak 3 languages in Meghna Basin. Oh, we have 1, 2, 3. Guys, I have more options on the table, on the screen, but only 4 people are raising hands. How come? Who is doing the... There's a cheat code going on. Oh. Okay. He has been mentioning that you can speak 3 languages. Pavel, what's your question?
So, who is 3 languages? Can you please?
Bangla, Hindi.
Bangla. So, can you make one sentence into those 3 languages? Like, we are here in MKF to know more about the Meghna Basin. So
we are here in this conference
to know more about the Meghna Basin. So this sentence you have to convert those 3 languages. You know.
Oh yeah, that's better, no?
We are youth for Meghna in all the 3 languages.
Okay. We would say that ngidei ki youth ki. What do you say for youth? Oh, ngidei ki samla jong Meghna. Thingy once been attend a conference, okay, and in Bangla we say that Amra Meghnar.
I know that language. I am from Bangla. You can speak, no problem.
Amra Meghnar
knowledge forme আসছি
এসেছি
আরো জানতে
আর আমরা আরো জানতে পারবো এখানে কনফারেন্সে থেকে
মেঘনা বেসিন সম্পর্কে আরো বেশি জানতে পারবো ওকে থ্যাংক ইউ
और हिंदी हम ये कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए हैं सब जवान लोग यूथ फोरम में मेघना कॉन्फ्रेंस में कंट्रीब्यूट करने के लिए थैंक यू
So okay, we are moving to next part. The next question, please.
Thank you.
Next question. Okay. So,
who are not saying no, first of all, just tell me, because you're sitting in the conference which is about Meghna Basin. You have an agenda with you guys. Who is the no person?
Who is
Please
no?
tell
Yeah.
me.
No.
Raise your hand who has written no.
Who put down the no?
Swapnil, that's not the thing I was expecting from you.
So anybody?
Your name, please.
Anybody put down?
So, okay, sir. I think, but you have written no. Okay. No, because I asked people who have written no to raise their hand. You were the one who raised your hand. You.
Okay. Who put down the no? Is it
Swapnil, I think I've already been very clear.
Can you raise your hand? Who put down no? No one. Okay. Let me clear more. Okay. You have less than 1 year experience with Meghna Basin working. Anyone here? Less than 1 year? So all you have more than 1 year experience with Meghna Basin working. Okay, then keep below 2 years. So you all have more than 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, like that? Like how many years? Can you tell me? 3 years. Okay, anyone so less than 3 years with Meghna Basin working experience? Anyone? So you are, please name? Satish. Okay, please. Could you please stand up? We want to know more from you.
So what do you want to know about? I think I am the least experienced here who says that, like, I cannot hear you.
You can take this.
What is your expectation to joining the MKF II?
Okay, so the expectation is that we are able to provide a clear understanding of how data and information, along with dialogues like this, can enable Meghna youth and the indigenous knowledge to shape the Meghna into a more collaborative environment which helps bilateral dialogues not only amongst governments, but also amongst institutions, researchers, avoiding geopolitics, so that the communities, those who live in this region, benefit most. That's what I come from. And it's just in the past 3 years that I've noticed that Meghna is among Meghna River, actually, to be very precise, Barak-Meghna River Basin is one of the most dynamic river basins in the world, especially in South Asia. And we want the engagement of youths and community people, community members, so that the indigenous knowledge that we heard one of the speakers saying that it's being lost through generations, that can be brought up into the limelight. And I hope dialogues like Meghna Knowledge Forum are often held and not delayed by any kind of geopolitics. Yeah, that's what
So
I
I got it. I strongly believe that after 3 days, you will be fulfilled your expectation from this forum. Thank you. Before presentation, I would like to call up Ridwan Bhai for 1 minute silence. Please, Ridwan Bhai.
We are soon going to start the very fun river game. But before starting that, may I request you all to have 1 minute silence for the devastating yar crash that happened both in India and in Bangladesh recently. Please, everyone, just 1 minute silence. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. So, as you can see, most of you are assigned into different groups, and I hope everyone, I see Sharif Jamil Bhai not in a group, that's very sad. Sharif Jamil Bhai, there is no Mentimeter here, there is no technology here, so you have to come to a group. Everybody have to come to a group. Appa, you also have to come to the group. All right. So what we will do here, you are all going to get a lot of money right now. So yeah, a lot of money, right? A lot of fun. So each of the groups will get about $500,000 US.
5,000.
5,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh? Oh, I reduced it for you. 5,000.
5,000.
Okay, so $5,000 US for each of the groups, right? Can I go to the next slide, please?
Yeah. So meanwhile, Srushti, can you distribute $5,000 to each group?
All right. So you are representing different identities. Either you are coming from institutions, either you are coming from indigenous communities, either you are coming from the government, or either you are coming from private sector. So think in the context of the Meghna Basin, right? You want to invest these $5,000 US. Which are the important areas you want to invest in? And of course, you have to think about, and that's something where the game will get a little complicated if you do not think about it carefully, that there are trade-offs for each of these investments. So if you are doing pollution control, the private sector might come up that it is increasing our cost. Or if you are not doing proper pollution control, the indigenous communities might suffer, right? So whatever investments you are making, you need to be clear about the costs, because whatever dollar that you are investing, think about in proportions. So you are investing 4,000 in, for example, river training. And there is nothing for example, wetland ecosystem restoration. And then you see that in a year, there are different sort of water crises and different problems. So think about these trade-offs very, very carefully. And the trade-offs can be in terms of cost, what sort of impacts that is having in your particular group that you are representing. And please be honest. And what are the kind of benefits, particularly what are the benefits to the communities? What are the benefits, maybe when you are working for the government politically, what is the benefit? You need to think about that. And what is the effect on the biodiversity? And finally, the different levels of risk. And this risk can be interpreted differently for different stakeholders. Private sector will understand risk from a different aspect. What will happen to their investment? What will happen to their business? Institutions will assess risk differently. They will think, what will happen to our funding? What is the situation of the civic society space? Can we speak up? What will happen to the academics who funding, things like that. And the indigenous communities, of course, will also have different level of risks, starting from their effect on the livelihoods to the effects on their lives, right? So we have about, how much time? 12?
So we have about 5 minutes for each group. So you must be having one paper on your table. So based on these factors and previous one, you need to discuss among yourselves. And after 5 minutes, you need to present your proposal in front of us. That how are you taking care of all these 5 proposals and with the help of all these proposal cards. So you have 5 minutes now in your hand. I'm just running the time. Do you have what?
Yes.
Yeah. So you. Yes. So it is up to you. If you want, you can. If you want, you can just go with the one topic. If you want to have integrated approach, you can also distribute your investment based on your interest. So that is up to you. Yeah. Nothing is hard and fast.
Yeah. Hard and fast, but you are going to be held accountable because the game is going to get complex the next round. Because if your trade-offs are not right, if you are investing somewhere and not thinking about what will happen to the other places, there can be political trade-off, there can be economic trade-off, there can be social trade-off. So you have to allocate the resources thinking about those trade-offs. Am I clear? No, absolutely not. Yeah. Yes, you have to choose, you have to make allocations. So you can make allocations, some to wetland restoration, you can make some to having cross-border dialogues, you can invest some to flood insurance. It is your decision how much you want to invest in each of these strategies. And this is somewhere you need to rationalize that why are you investing in this certain sector. Yeah.
Achha.
Yes, there are other options.
And
so
while making your investment, you need to make sure that the institutions or the group which you are representing, you need to make the call according to the group which you are representing. That you need to take care of. So these are and we have divided everyone's on each. And so you need to have your entire decision based on all these factors. Sorry.
Next.
Yeah.
I just wanted to check because you have distributed $5,000 to each group.
Everyone.
Right? So only one proposal will be selected, or the way we work that every group has $5,000 and they have to invest it properly, so that linkages can be also made between the groups.
You can do that. Very good. I think you can do that. If you want, you can come together as a group and co-invest. That's also allowed.
But just make sure of time only. We have only 5 minutes of time because we have another round for the game. So I think let's start. We have 4:25. Let's meet at 4:30 now. Okay? Your time starts now. Okay, let's have a 10 minutes, but not more than
that. Hi everyone. You've been given a chart paper. In the piece of chart paper, everyone, hi, just additional ROPs with regards to the stationery that you've been given. On the piece of chart paper, as was discussed, either you could choose to make the investments across all 5 proposals, or you could choose 2, or one. But as we mentioned, the accountability will be upon you to demonstrate why XYZ amount was invested in a certain proposal. So basically, if at the top of your chart paper, you can highlight what is the specific investment that you've chosen. So for example, I'll just use the example of the indigenous communities. In this context, the indigenous communities could have chosen livelihoods and wetland. And on this basis, they could have chosen to invest the $5,000 accordingly between these two sectors. So accordingly, different stakeholder groups can do the same, and the chart paper can be used as your brainstorm map for you to develop your ideas for the same.
We will move on to this as a next part where we'll be interconnecting all the stakeholders. So your initial step would be to map 5,000. Yes. Per group. Oh, institution have been very good. They have already defined their proposal. It's just how many sanctions we'll get for this proposal, that's the one thing. 1.5. Oh.
Yeah, that's what one by one will explain.
Okay.
I think let's complete let everyone finish and then we can have a discussion.
Okay, the institution have been the top runner because they have already defined their budget. Indigenous community in discussion. Great to know that. There's a little bit. Okay. Central government is seriously counting on budget, I guess. So we'll get back to you very fast, but I'll suggest Central to keep their budget allocation secret for a time being. How is local government working? Can I know that? Oh, they're still deciding. Okay.
It's great that you have allocated, but you need to have proper rationality on what basis you are allocating these resources. Why this resource allocation on wetland restoration, and what? And
what will be the process?
What will be the process, and which assets that you want to invest? Clear, na?
Then give 500 for flood insurance. Flood insurance. Livelihood 1,500.
And what exactly is livelihood? Little bit of justification on the investment.
Actually, multiple people tell me community, and that way we will also restore the wetland.
So what is government interested in?
Government will get revenue from the fishing, food security.
The bank should have a later part of it.
What factors you have considered?
Yes, what factors? Are these factors like something linked to this?
I will request you them to map things on the chart because this is a chart. Okay, it will be scanning up. Okay. Once they have done brainstorming, they can stick also. Just ask them to utilize this space.
So only 5 minutes are remaining.
Not quite. How?
As you have been writing proposals so many times, you know how to distribute this, show the distribution of the proposal cost. That's what we are looking. You can add this stick notes or you can directly write. It's your choice. It's your approach. It's your approach. Like her notes. They can stick their notes on because the chart will be taking up. That's a chart will be taking up.
Team, only 2 minutes are remaining. Yes.
One small piece of paper.
So,
I have a unique idea. Yeah.
Are you in like a specific group, sir?
No, I'm individual.
Individual.
A small piece of paper just to share.
We need to make dams.
Public works 300. Then disaster, what is that? Disaster, yeah. Disaster 200.
I'll do one thing. Once this is done, time is up. I'll start with the institutions because they're the first one to demo their proposal. Then we'll move to indigenous.
But we need to give only 2 minutes.
No, that's why you'll take a transmission, and once they're done explaining, we'll ask the question. Ridwanji, I want you to talk about once they're explaining the proposal now, which are the factors which has been missing out. Okay. So, okay. I'll take the proposal. You take up the timer. He will use transaction cost.
Battery will save. We're running battery out very fast.
You have only 1 minute left, so please be fast with your proposal. Those who are ready can just sit around. We'll be coming back to you very soon.
It's almost ready.
Yes, 1 minute to go. Then let's prepare for presentations. Hello everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Let's start with the institution, then they have their proposal ready. Local government. May I have your attention please, private sectors.
Guys, I thought the institution was the first one to complete the proposal. Now they are still doing revisions. Versions are coming up. Okay. Time is up.
Time is up.
Time
Time
is
is
up,
up.
time
You
is
can
up.
share your proposal.
I'm giving a mic to you. One of you have to explain
Let it. Second
Okay.
one we will give it.
Should I start then?
Yeah.
Okay, of course. I'm not going to forget that point. Okay, the way we have ranked it down, we have first allocated 1.5 out of 5 to wetland restoration. Then the same amount for the livelihood. Then with a little bit less ranking, we have put pollution control, and least one are flood insurance and the cross-border dialogue. should we go for justifications as well quickly? Okay. So why we choose the wetland restoration is because the ecosystem we are talking about, the livelihoods, all are based on the wetland of those areas. That's the main of the theme of the Meghna Basin. So the sediments first method where we will put all our money, ecosystem valuation for making it as a baseline record that how much we should pay for ecosystem. Then we should go after natural channels be maintained and can help keeping them cleaned as much as possible. The livelihood one, sir.
Yeah. See, we kept 1.5 thousand out of 5,000 for livelihood generation. We know that Meghna Basin hosts many of the very dense population. So we need their involvement also. So if we'll help generating their livelihood of the local communities, probably they will also help us in maintaining. So that's what is the indirect way to get the movement of the people to revolutionize getting the work done. And the way we'll maintain their livelihood, and we will be able to restore the basin by maintenance of this, because once the things are working, that's what. So for pollution, would you like to say? Or
as an institutions, I would like to invest certain part of my money, allocated money, funds, for the preparation of pollution abatement plan and natural farming. And this plan include where the STP can be established and what kind of agriculture practices we should promote to reduce the pesticide pollution in the wetland and water bodies.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Of course, we'll invest for insurance also, because we know that natural processes are not in our control. So once they come, we need to take care of the insurance to the people, as well as we'll have the government. Yeah.
As institutions have the capacities to build tools and technology, so we'll use our capacity to develop some satellite-based or artificial intelligence-based flood insurance tools, which can be used to actually validate the amount of loss that has happened due to flood. Yeah. So even with little amount to it, for example, out of 5,000, only 0.500 USDs, but we still be able to validate the flood loss. So that's where the capacity of institutions come in.
Thank you so much. That's a wonderful proposal. Let's move to the another round, to the indigenous community.
Insurance, okay.
Yeah, here.
Okay, hello. Yeah, okay, we are from the indigenous community, and we have, all of us together have decided that from $5,000, 60%, that is $3,000, we're going to invest in wetland. Okay, restoration. Because from there, why wetland? Because as you can see, we have all discussed that first of all is going to protect the livelihood, then it's going to improve the ecosystem, then it is going to derive more resources for the livelihood, and also sustainable resource utilization. So on the whole, if you see, the economy of the people will increase if we invest there. And that way, the livelihood will improve. So, and the next one, we are going to invest $1,500, that is 30% on livelihood. And now, why for livelihood? Because as we discussed, we thought that this is going to support the community during regeneration. And we require money for that also. And therefore, and then we have another 10%, that is 1,000, which we are going to invest on flood insurance. So if we invest in insurance in case there is flood, so we'll get back the money. So thinking about that we don't waste the money. If we invest this much, probably we'll get more money from if there is flood, because looking into the river conditions and Meghna Basin, conditions, flood is inevitable.
Thank you, indigenous. Now moving on to the private sector, I'll move to private and then I'll move on to the government.
I will finish in one sentence. That's wonderful. I'll put everything into wetland restoration because that will ensure flood mitigation, pollution control, livelihood creation, and basically if the wetland are in healthy condition, revenue can be generated out of environmental credits. So 5,000 that we put into the wetland restoration can be regenerated by keeping the wetlands in a healthy condition. So that's it.
Private sector have done the smart move to keep their money in one position. Yeah, they're talking about first, then workload. That's okay. Now moving on to the central government, then we'll move on to the local government.
We'll put $1,000 in wetland restoration. Then for livelihood, we'll allocate $1,000, and rest we'll put $3,000. We'll put in flood insurance. As wetland restoration, it is essential for maintaining the floodplain ecosystem, without which the floodplain cannot survive. That is why some allocation is required. The flood is, in fact, is the more damaging thing. That is why here I have not seen allocation for reducing the risk. That is why I have put all my money into the flood insurance. So whatever damage to the stakeholders will take place, they will at least immediately get the relief. So this will, in fact, will have other benefits like allow the river to maintain its natural regime. Don't disturb it, let it flow on its own, and that will promote the conservation. So it is not playing with the river. Give people money for their damages so that at least people are, this will in fact promote the conservation part. And cross-border dialogue doesn't require any money. So that is, it is only the dialogue, and it is government to government or policy. They are very nominal that I don't think we should allocate money. And livelihood, of course, it is required, and like for maybe after the flood also, there may be some restoration work is required where people may not, many people may not get the insurance. Those who do not get insurance, they will be at least supported with livelihood. So that's all from our side.
Now move on into local government. You guys have 2 limits time. Sorry, somebody start.
So we are representing local government, and since we have got 5,000 USD, so we have divided 3,000 only, and out of these 3,000 we have prioritized 1,500 USD for livelihood, 500 USD for pollution control, 800 USD for flood insurance, wetland restoration 200 USD, and we have not allocated any amount of money for cross-border dialogue. Since we are local bodies, we will write directly a letter to the central government that please, you need to focus on this. We are not the body who is concerned about this. Further, we have kept 2,000 for contingency fund since our project is for 6 months. After 3 months, we will evaluate our project, and this 2,000 USD which is there in contingency fund, based on the evaluation, we will further allocate our 2,000 USD which is in contingency. And about the stakeholders, in our stakeholder, it is the local community which are getting directly impacted with the disaster, with the climate change. So in our stakeholder, it is local communities. And we have further classified our all sub-themes into different proportion of the money. In livelihood, which is 1,500 USD, we have allocated. Out of this 1,500 USD, we have allocated 400 for fisheries, 400 for agriculture, 300 for public work, for disaster 200, and water restoration 200. If you need any explanation why we have did, we can go on and on. And for so next is pollution control, for which we have allocated 500 USD. And within this theme, we have 3 sub-themes under which we are going to divide this out 500 USD. First is public work. Out of this 500, we have allocated 300 in public work, 100 for water resource, and disaster 100. In third, we have kept flood insurance. It is 800 USD. And within this 800 USD, we have made two sub-themes under which we are going to divide 800 USD. First is disaster. For that, we have kept 600 and 200 is for public work. Fourth theme is wetland restoration. And we have also kept in our mind that wetland restoration is also directly related with livelihood. So that's why we have kept it in fourth order. And out of this 200 USD which we have allocated for wetland restoration, we have divided into two portions. First is public work, 100 USD, and fisheries, 100 USD. And fifth is cross-border dialogue that already I have explained, is that a letter to upper authorities. And the risk level, we have given 60% for livelihood, 50% for flood insurance, 100% for wetland restoration. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I just have
for
one
everyone.
question.
And now we will be moving to the next round. Everyone has done their best to have a good investment. But we all know that natural disasters and circumstances are not in our hands. So we have just shifted up what we can say incidents. I will just request one member from each group to take a cheat. Srishti, can you just give them a cheat? So I will just request one member from each group to take a cheat.
That will be partial because the person with the last will have a defined cheat. I request one representative from each group to come forward and collect the cheat. I think we have a local government representative already here. Indigenous is here. Private sector is here. Why institution and central government so slow? Central government, oh yeah, the government, I think we have to go, the government, Shrishti is coming towards the government, go to the central government.
So I think
Budge. Okay, now there is another shock load which you have got. Guys, these are the shock load which you have recently been hit by, so now you have to redefine your budget.
Okay. But someone must be received $1,000, $2,000 extra. Who is that group? Which one is that group? Okay, so you will be getting $2,000 extra. So can we please give them? Okay,
Yeah.
you got. So now
So
based
now
on
you
this incident, you need to revise your proposal within just 2
Now
minutes.
you
We
have
have
extra
very
budget, so
limited
you can
time.
revise your proposal, yes.
Okay,
This
that's
is
great. That's
already
great.
this, you are getting additional bonus.
That's great.
Yes. Institutions, floods.
Yes.
What does the central government got? What did you guys get? Drought. Okay. What's the shock load private sector got?
Which incident did you get?
Oh. Cross-border disputes. And budget for this. Central government also didn't propose any budget in that section. So now just figure out how we're going to do it.
So now what you have to do is to talk to central government. Now, okay.
Okay. The local government have reduced their workload. They will be sending a letter to the central government directly. Now we're going to play a file moving game, guys.
So that they get to
Make sure that you are considering all these 5 points, huh? Yeah. You need to revise your plan based on these 5 considerations.
I'm so happy.
From which?
We have private sector.
Anything, if anything has to be private sector is
So guys, you can discuss with other departments also, if you want.
Guys, this way the file won't move until unless you go interact with the central government.
Okay, let's go with $500.
Just one representative could go to the central government and discuss about this cross-boundary. Sir, you don't have to give your money. You have already allocated it in budget.
Why no approaching to the central government? Private local government should approach to the central
Private
government.
sector have already gone to the local indigenous community.
Well, we are local government, you know.
Okay.
We got the, wait a minute.
Go with them. Go with
We
them.
got cross boundaries disputes. But as local government, we already allocated no there because we will write letter to central government.
There's
now,
a file coming
Now,
in
as we got the dispute, we are giving $500 to central government and asking them to act on it. You received already a letter. Now we are giving you resource. We will give you $500 to act on it.
Sir, that $5 should be given in a white condition, please.
They will negotiate with us. How they are going to allocate
What
this.
does the central government have to say? They haven't allocated any budget in the cross-boundary. Sorry to say that.
It is more or less policy decision discussions where budget requirement is very minimal. I don't think that will be very critical area where budget allocation is required. It is more of a discussion between governments. So where will the budget will spend?
The hotel and accommodation,
That
transportation.
is the government own resources they can arrange for that thing.
Okay, then if you need more resources, you will ask it to us. We have
Yes,
contingency
yes,
fund.
yes, yes.
Thank you.
First time I have seen the central and local government have such a perfect tuning. They have resolved the matter in a closed door without any glitch. Where's media? Yes.
You asked the right question. You asked the right question.
Oh my God, the indigenous community and the private sector. There's a hot table seat is going on there, guys. It is warming up on the private and indigenous communities. Great to know that. Central government is sorted out with their budget now, I guess. Okay, the natural disaster has been combined together. Risk. Great. I think the central government budget has been very clean sheet. Done. How is it coming out by putting your all eggs in one basket? Yeah, negotiation. I just hope the negotiation come in your favor.
One small thing, excuse me, all the groups, indigenous or local or private or central government, we institutions,
Prepare.
listen, just
Listen,
1 second.
Hey guys, listen.
Just 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds only for all the 4 groups. We have been working very intensively for this area for many years, and we have got excellent data support, excellent support so that you can build, you can restore, you can and you can take up the actions. So if you need our help, we are there to provide you the support, the basic infrastructure, and the knowledge sharing, without which I don't think any of the sector can move ahead or should move ahead, because you will have only temporary solution. So to have a proper solution, have the support, go with us. Thank you.
I just have one question.
You come with us, we'll provide you tech support so that your you are future ready, you are ready for anything, whatever is happening in your basin. And we'll provide you. Even government is taking our help for dialogues and all.
I think the institution and private sectors first should sit together so that the institution can make another proposal with community. If the community is not directly listening to the private sector, guys, this is the only suggestion I could give.
Yeah, because last statement is, we find your proposals to be very skewed, very biased. You need to be more diplomatic and more open. Change, because we want sustainable growth in the region. Thank you.
Also, since we are working on knowledge sharing, so we'll be very happy to collaborate with indigenous community for building more knowledge. Yeah, we are from institutions.
Anything from central government and private players? Acha, there is some proposal from local government.
So what all supports?
Table is warm there, guys. Warm there.
To institutions. Dear team members of institution, we want to hear from you in detail that what all kind of support we can get from you so that we can get in collaboration with the institution.
Yes, the central and local government is very sorted out here, guys. Too sorted out.
I have a question to the institutions. What resources do you have to get data support from the local government? What resources do you have?
See, the data is very important. Our institution is working for the last 50 years in this region, and eco-restoration, wetland restoration, it requires a satellite study, GIS, geographical information based study, and we have got already maps and maps to a resolution of 1 meter. So you know that without going to the field, it is a flood time. You can't go to the field. It is for eco-restoration, because the wetlands are there, you can't go to the field. We'll help you with all sorts of technical support and all, yeah.
Okay, thank you everyone. Done? Okay, thank you for really participating. Amazing, this is amazing. So I think I just want to take 3 takeaways from it. See how the decision makings were done. Like it was done completely in a silo. Like private sector was thinking, okay, I don't need anything. Throw away everything. I will just want the wetland restoration, right? But what happens to the community if there is floods, right? I know it's not private sector's interest or how the institutions were deciding. And this really happens in a silo, right? When you do not know what the indigenous communities really need.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Private sector has already collaborated with the indigenous communities.
Okay.
We are working together.
Okay.
We've already requested them that they should not be having their villages around the quarries, because if the quarries collapse, there'll be human losses. And they have also agreed to it. So private sector is very forthcoming.
Okay, all right. This is a very noble and
private sector is always very noble.
Oh, the indigenous communities didn't agree, sorry.
Ridwan, there is a problem.
Yeah.
None of the sectors, private sector institutions, no one can work without the cooperation and collaboration with local government. Okay. They did not talk to local government. So when there will be flood, we will be the people who will facing it.
So why didn't you go to the institution?
They will come. Why will you go? We don't have time.
There you go.
Of course.
There you go. So, yeah.
Okay, then ask central government to ask for data to us.
Right. So you see the coordination problem and the decision making in silos.
It should be bottom up. It should not be top down.
Absolutely. So, yes, so thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed the
First one to
game.
resolve their cases very smoothly, central and state local government. They were the very smoothest stakeholders to resolve their chapters, closed doors, done.
Yeah. I hope we could have shown you the game at another level, how collaborations would have improved the, reduced the losses and improved the gains. But that's something that we couldn't do because of time. But yeah, so that's what so private sector was acting alone, and then they at least came to the indigenous communities to say, okay, these are the kind of collaborations that we are making. And that's the kind of things that we really need. Okay.
This is the private sector that need to negotiate with local government also. They're not allowing you in their territory, guys.
From the government side, I can very well assure the local governments, because whatever integrated plans that we prepare, we always go down to the local level. Until and unless we get this plan approved or accepted by the local people, we never finalize this plan. So this is part of the integrated plan. So this whatever integrated basin management plan or integrated risk management plan, that should always be vetted from the local level or the grassroots level. This is the primary requirement, and until and unless this is done, the plan will not be, maybe if it is done on silos, without the knowledge of the local government or local communities, then plan will not be implementable or acceptable. So that is where, in fact, this is a procedure in all IFRMP that we should at least have the views and comments and acceptability of the local government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll be just closing this session, and I think the indigenous community is the one who got the bonus, and private sector also provided them another support. So I guess, but I just have one question. Okay. So you have, negotiation has been done? Oh, okay.
See, in the interest of the time, we just went to the local indigenous people. But, listen to me, sir. But after they gave us an approval of the thought process, which is just a talk, we would have naturally come to the local government. And after the local government approves it, we would have naturally gone to the central government. Institution would have collaborated with us in collection of data so that we make a foolproof plan.
I think the institution should have been the group which should have gone to the every stakeholder. Because they were the one who had having multiple proposal and areas of work.
It seems the private sector is overplaying. They don't know the ground reality. They have got only money. Rest other things they are dependent upon central government, local government, and indigenous communities. You can't reach to them because we as institutions, we are connected with indigenous communities, connected with local government, connected with central government. If you will try to bypass, you are no approval, because finally all approvals will come to us, institutions only. So remember, without the private sector cannot survive in the whole industry without the support of institutions. So that's what rethink. Always rethink that how much contribution is required. If you want to go, your base is not there. Without base, you are coming. But how to get the support? Support is, we are providing support to everyone. So that's what. Yeah, but you are late. We have been asked by local government to help. So we are in dialogue with local government already. So you are late in that. So you have to take 2 channels together now. So your investment will increase. Your investment will increase 2 times. Now already local government is with the institution.
No. So, yeah.
I think the private launch a grant and everybody's going to apply for those proposals.
So no.
Let's just the indigenous community do, because this is the last group which is speaking up. Please share your comment.
No, that's what happened in the real life. Like they will be arguing and no one will be listening to us.
That's the point.
Yeah. So that's what I wanted to say. Like all the discussion will be there, but nobody will want to listen to us actually. And we will have the last chance to talk when all the discussions are all gone. And the time is up also. Thank you.
But I think you had the best negotiation at your table. You didn't budge out. I think you had the best negotiation and the most smooth transaction I've been with. So the local government is not allowing institution and any of the partner meeting the indigenous community directly. They have been very clear. If you want to go to the indigenous community, you have to pass through us.
In indigenous community, only one person is speaking. I think we should listen to other people also, because generally it happens that in indigenous community only the loudest and the strongest and the most influential person speaks for everyone. But that may not be true. There are fishers there also. So we should hear other voices also. Other people from local community group should also speak, is what I'm saying.
So thank you so much, everyone. Let's close this section and let's have one round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much. See you soon.
And big applause for Y4M. And tomorrow, right now, so 6:15, we try to be there near the clock tower. And tomorrow, 8:30 registration, like the signing will start. And from 9, we have the recap session, again interesting, led by Archana ji. So please come, and 30 minutes we can recap and then start the new day tomorrow. So 9 o'clock sharp, we are starting tomorrow.
And
6:15 today, PM, dinner. No, we meet at the clock tower and then we go by bus to Novotel. Dinner is there. Okay. That you can leave now, I think. Yeah. Those people who are staying in Novotel, they can leave right now. I think that bus will be there.